Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hello. How are we doing today? Welcome, Poi Cavalier. Alright, clearly the first thing to talk about. Alright, it's over. It's Do-Re-Mi. Sweet. It's over. Friendship ended. You have officially taken my culture. Goddamn me remembering how to spell solfege in my brain, and then this fucking character coming out here with Do-Re-Mi. Excuse me. Who the fuck do you think you are? Yeah, I know is it Doremy? There's no way. You got like 3 fucking syllables in there. Do-Re-Mi. It's like the music thing. It's a pun. Nah, no fucking way. We're not saying that shit. Yeah, it's Do-Re-Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do. D-Da? Is that solfege for some people? That's crazy. Looking forward to having no idea what part is the mod and what is just the game. It's okay, I have played exactly 1 run of this game. I think it went fine, and I don't really know. I don't know. I don't know what else is gonna happen. So we'll see how we do. This is certainly gonna be quite difficult, because I think contextually, right? Like if I were to play a game and then be asked to have like some design feedback, usually there's some how would you say, there is some amount of like understanding of the project. Usually it's not done, right? So Design the Spire was always like a weird like it was a cool idea in my head, I guess, but could often be like, well, I mean, if it's a half-decent mod and it is made with some degree of design intent, yeah, it's actually probably good. Maybe it's not the most balanced thing ever, but it's pretty good, you know. So we'll find out. More of a systems level, like what keywords are new and what are just base game. Yeah, so this mod today is made by Cavalier, notorious for shitting on Flagbearer and demanding that I change cards. How dare you? But yeah, Cavalier was also gracious enough to get me a Steam code for this game as his partner in crime, programmer, half of the team, was able to help me with that. So thank you very much. This segment is sponsored by, basically. Finally, after I don't know how long. Finally, after this long, we can take advantage of the streamer privilege and get free video games. I tricked you. Today's actually gonna be not useful at all. And then, oh man. Oh my god. No, I hate that. Design Tua? You just gotta design Tua on that thing. Terrible. Flag Bearer is a great mod. That's why I'm here in the first place. Yeah, no, I'm just shitposting. But I swear to God, I get told you gotta you need to make Grasp Fate better. I'm like, but okay, fine. I don't know. I was really happy with the last set of Flag Bearer changes, I suppose. Like, I still play that mod every once in a while. I hope you all realize that I'm just like a... What was the speech at the Game Awards? It was like, guys, the game that is gonna win next year is one that people would play themselves. And I'm like, wow, fucking thank you, someone said it. Like, that's crazy. Thank fuck. Are you a shy gamer girl in real life? Unfortunately not. But God, I wish. Oh, was there a different speech at the Game Awards? Because that's hilarious. But yeah, it was about you know, the game that would win Game of the Year is something that people cared about and that people would want to play themselves. And you know, that was like me and Flag Bearer. I enjoy just pressing the buttons on that class. That's it. No, I am not. I am not. I've gone out of my way to explain that I am not, for no confusion. I just like having an anime girl avatar. That's it. Okay. Hello. What up? Hit me, big doofus. So this is the game. This is the video game we're playing. It is Lost Branch of Legend, also known as Tuhu Slay the Spire. I was about to say Spay the Spire, and that is not at all what I wanted to say. Slay the Spire, Tuhu Edition. Times Magazine has declared Dragon Age the Veilguard as Game of the Year. Is that real? Small doofus? Ah, you know what? You're so right. Did you know that it has been like 4 months since we've done a Design the Spire? That's crazy. I knew there were colors of mana inspired by magic, but could they have at least changed the order of the colors? Yeah, I guess this is white, blue, black, red, green. It's literally Wooburg. Yeah, so I guess some commentary about the no deck building roguelike streams in a while. I think I played some Flag Bearer after that, but then we moved into the JRPG slop arc. Time has released their top 10 games of the year. Alright, well, I mean, everyone is allowed to have an opinion. Not gonna say much more than that. Yeah, so some commentary about this game just before we begin, because I played one run and it was fine, and I don't know what to expect going into this run. But basically, you get every boss, you get mana. So mana does scale quite a lot in this game. Also, I swear one of these, there was like a relic, must have been a relic or something, where I would just randomly get like 4 of the infinity mana, like every some number of turns randomly in the middle of a fight. I swear I read all my relics. I don't know why that was happening. Maybe it's because I'm on easy mode. But anyways. Hey Flower, will you remake Flag Bearer for Slay the Spire 2? Yeah, I wanted to make another Flag Bearer in Slay the Spire 2. They said that they were gonna add more modding support, which I hope they do, because, like, I'm a fucking dumbass. And, like, yeah. JRPG slop arc, and I'm a pig at the trough. Thank you, Boy, for the 25 months. Thank you so much. Still working on that badge, and by working on that badge, I mean I've wanted to make it for a while, and I just haven't fucking done it. But yes, thank you. I've been enjoying it, honestly. I've been enjoying just like the chill, like reading. I read character dialogue stream. Like that's basically what it is. I actually was thinking, you know, and we'll try to focus in once I get the opportunity to, but I was actually thinking if I have the energy after this, because gonna be honest, I don't even know if this is gonna take more than an hour and a half. Maybe it will, but 2 hours, something like that. I'm kind of salty about losing to that boss yesterday and not having the time to complete it. So I was thinking of maybe playing some Metaphor after this, but we'll see how the energy's doing. Pronounced trough? Oh yeah, it's not tro. Fair. Lunatic 7 requests, let's go. I think I don't even have... I don't even have that unlocked. Like, I can't even play that. Right? And we're definitely playing on the basic difficulty. Which, to be fair, I really did not feel like I was in any danger in my first run. Like, barring for a couple of turns, it really felt like I was invincible. So I was like, ah, okay. Very interesting. Interesting. Yeah, you don't have it unlocked, of course. I don't know. I'm sure it scales up, but I was just kind of like, huh. It's definitely a little bit of judgment there. But, Flagbearer altar with hot, big titties, sassy hag. Damn, that's crazy. Honestly, can I be real with you for a second? I need to be real with every last one of you for at least 2.5 seconds here. Could you imagine, like faded blonde hair, like a little bit older and rugged Flaris, who's like they're maybe they're walking a little more with the flag, you know what I mean? Like they're leaning on it a little bit. And she's just kind of like a grumpy old person. Like sorry. We love hags. Hag love. That is my point. we love hags. Small, wrinkly old lady. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking more, which, to be completely honest with you, I still haven't watched this yet, but the grandma from Dandadan, yeah, that's more where I was going. If you've played Spire, I assume Low Ascension will be easy as it is in Spire. Maybe. I felt like in Spire I still, like, I lose, right? We lose Ascension 0 runs in Spire. Like, with mods and stuff. Because I think the thing is that, like, even if you understand some heuristics, like, oftentimes the design of a Spire character will require you to engage with its mechanics in a way that, like, break parity in the system. Whereas in this game, I felt like I got, like, 5 grays and then had 7 billion mana to cast defense spells, and then I just could never die. Which I wanted to get into, so I actually don't think it's necessarily a negative thing. I think on the whole, it's not something I'd be as interested in, but there is a mechanic in this game called Graze. And what it does is that it, like, prevents damage, I think. It's like a buffer I think. So the next time you take damage, you don't take damage. It is widely accessible. Except for... And then it is kept in check by accuracy. So there is another keyword called accurate, I think. And what it does is it ignores grays. So that's kind of the paradigm. And my understanding of the point of these mechanics is that there is, first of all, there's proportionately more multi-hit in this game. At least in my observations. It seemed like there was a lot more multi-hit and there was a lot higher quantity of multi-hit. Which means that you can't just, like, get grays because it, like, if you're fighting 3 things that all have 4x something attack, like, you're getting attacked 12 times, so it's not gonna work, right? And those numbers are a little different. I don't have, like, 7 bajillion spreadsheets on whether that is correct or not, you know what I mean? But it's kind of a... It's just different, you know what I mean? I wasn't super sure how I felt about it. And then accuracy shows up on some things. Oh yeah, and also enemies can get grays, which is like, man, man, that is so annoying. You know what I mean? So that was one of the things. The other main thing that I noticed was that we are going to go to this screen. Is that we have spell cards. So a spell card is something that you charge while you play the game through various different means. This says it can only be used once per turn. We'll read this, I suppose. Also, does it matter which one I choose? Because I've only played one run, and that run was with this character, using this one. Like, does it matter which one it is? Like, I don't actually know. I don't know. Let me catch up. Yeah, base difficulty is somewhere between Ascension 0 to 5. That's for Spire, I'm assuming, yeah. You want to be real to a face reveal? Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe you'll lose with this mod? Probably. Are the spell cards always written in 2-point font? I think a lot of reminder text is written in 2-point font. Funny you should bring up Grays. Doremy is certainly no Aya. She's not the Grays Lord. Damn, I'm a grazer. Like a gooner, except grazing. That's what I wanted to say. Doremy's white spell card is complex. Which one's white? Is this one white? And this one is blue, I'm guessing? I don't know. We're gonna take a look at it, but... Is this a Toho game? So this is Toho, Lost Branch of Legend, which is Slay the Spire, but Toho edition. Left is white, right is blue. Okay. Which one you choose leans you more towards one archetype than another? Okay, so both archetypes exist, then one leans you more towards one or the other. Okay. A grazer would just be a cow? Maybe I am a cow. You can milk me. You would get cow milk. Maybe I should try to be relatively normal on the totally not designed to Spire stream, huh? Do you think? I would do an intro, but the problem is that, like, I have no idea what I'm doing, so... yeah, so you have a starting relic, you have a spell card. Let's read these, I suppose. I did a quick look over on the website for the mechanics and stuff. And let me tell you, I read that shit and I was like, I have no idea what any of this means. So we're gonna figure it out right now. It's gonna be great. Keeping in mind that one thing that we probably need to care about a little bit is understandability. Just a bit. So we'll find out. Pick at least one card origins, and at least 2 card types to form a card pool. Randomly roll 5 cards from the pool. The number is modified by the choices made. Gain 2 any mana. Choose one of the rolled cards, add it to the hand. Mana of any color can be spent to pay its mana cost. So when we click the spell card, we get a random card, and then we get 2 energy, and we can play it with anything. Spell card kind of fills the role of a potion. I mean, they're like a little stronger than a potion, I think. Like by quite a noticeable margin. Like, so this one, by comparison, right, is deal 15 damage 3 times. So, like, this thing dealt, like, a lot of damage when I played. Basically. Because it's affected by strength and stuff like that. So we're gonna go back here. Okay, adds white to the mana base. And the cards. When a card is created by another card for the first time each combat, the created card temporarily costs colorless. The effect triggers even if the created card already costed colorless or is unplayable. Effectively wasting it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, does this need to have the second part of the effect? Like, you could just tell me how it works, right? Okay, let's look at this. Apply 15 nightmare to each enemy. Deal damage to each enemy equal to half its nightmare accurate. Yeah, so there's like I'm assuming a stacking debuff in nightmare. At the end of the turn, if no attacks were played this turn, gain 4 barrier. Oh yeah, barrier is retain block, by the way. Nightmare is the thing I mentioned, which sounds like Doom. Yeah, I mean, stacking up a thing on a thing, and then doing things based on the thing you stacked. I don't think I really have a heuristic for what numbers things should be, right? Because it's like, it's similar to poison, but I don't know. Oh, are the starting decks different? Yeah, so we have attacks. These are all... I think... Is this standard? Right? Like 4 attacks, like 5 defense, and then a special attack. Deal 16 damage, add 1 of 3 random common attacks to the hand. It gains Exile and Ethereal. 1 of 3 random common attacks. The card is created by another card for the first time each combat. Okay. It costs 0 is what you said. It doesn't sound very alike to me. They're not even the same amount of syllables. Jesus. Okay. I mean, I feel like we should try this one. I don't think we're gonna play twice. But yeah, so there's stacking nightmare and stuff, and then there's like making cards, I suppose. So, and then we can cast our cards for free after we make a card. And then we have an attack that makes a card. or that makes attack specifically. I'm just wondering, by common attack, what pool is it drawing from when it says common attack? Like, we'll find out, but I was just wondering. Okay. Okay, we've got Meow. Oh, I actually have a Meow gift. Relic swap, upgrade a thing. Get an uncommon card. What does upgrade do? 2 times. Are there a lot of cards that do this, by the way? That change from like a single attack into a multi-attack? Yes? Interesting. Because I feel like these are 2 different functions, right? It is a very common thing in this game. Alright. I suppose that is to, help with grays and stuff. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, that's... just feels odd. But I guess the necessity to interact with grays is, like, pretty important, so it doesn't matter. Alright. Sure. Do I want to upgrade that card? Or do I want to get a random card? They have permanent tangible? Very well. Draw 1 more card during the draw step. This is a power. Deal 9 damage. Add 1 of 3 random attacks from... 1 of 3 random attacks to the hand. They cost 1 random mana. 1 random mana less. And gain ethereal and exile. Okay, so there's like attack and draw a card. Deal 15. Choose a card in the hands of copy. If it's an ability or as exile, the original also becomes a copy. What? If it is an ability or has exile, the original also becomes a copy. Wait, why? Is that... what was the point of that? Copying can only occur once per combat. For each phantasmal double in the library, this effect can occur an additional time. Copying can only occur once per combat. For each phantasmal double in the library. So this is you can't copy phantasmal double? Is that the... this effect can occur 1 additional time. Copies can't be copied. I assume to prevent looping. Choose a card in hand to copy. If it is an ability or has exile, the original also becomes a copy. Oh, is copy a keyword? A copy of a card that was added during combat. Copies can't be copied. Okay. Yeah, so if you phantasmal double a phantasmal double, you cannot continue phantasmal doubling your phantasmal doubler. Okay. Why is the second line of text there though? Is it that it's like a unique once per combat? Like you can't like activate it again? Is there like a better like keyword or something for that? Excuse me. There's something for like unique once per turn. It's like very wordy. It's funny, I wanted to call it like exhaust. Which exhaust is a different thing, but it was more like if you exhaust something, or exert, I guess. If you exert something in Magic, it gets tapped. Yeah, I have no idea what is correct here. I feel like I want to take damage cards. And I guess our main mana is white. So let's do this one. Take a pill. I took power last time. Yeah, so this is the map. I would like to say that when I played this the first time and like when I'm looking at it right now, there's like these icons. It's like, well, there's like, what is the difference between these two, right? Or also that they just like kind of look similar at a glance. I don't know. Maybe elites look too similar at a glance as well in Spire, but I thought it was a bit odd. So these are bonfires. These are events. There's different events and things that occur. You can select the boss that you're gonna fight because that determines what mana you will have access to. We have merchant, and I think we're just gonna like go here. There's no difference between red and blue fairies. Then why did they make them red and blue? Okay. So we have birds. We can copy things. We have 5 mana. Copying anything in my hand right now does not do anything because I do not have enough mana to play multiple things. Unless this makes a card. So does this mean that it is going to cost less? Let's make a copy of this. This costs 0. Oh, did it have a... Oh, they do have grays. I didn't even notice. Okay. Why does it have the graze symbol over it? Does that mean it is going to get a graze? Yes. Oh, this is also something I noticed, by the way. So when you drag the card out, it can't go back to your hand. I thought this was very funny. Is that you have to like click to unselect cards, whereas it's like I just want to put it back in my hand. Okay, I get a random card. This one is not going to cost less because it's not my first card. Deal 10, exile a card. 15 to each enemy. Get 2 cards. Yeah, so I'm assuming these are all base game, right? Nice. Yeah. So when you pick cards, do you get from... You get from base game and also... like base game in this card pool and also unique cards like these? Right? Is that how this works? When discarded or exiled, gain thing. Don't think we have discard payoffs. It's actually like surprisingly complicated now that I think about it. You get from the neutral pool for your colors and also unique cards. How many unique cards are there, and how many are there in the neutral pool? That feels like a lot of cards, no? Didn't really think about this. Deal 1 damage, apply 1 nightmare. For each card created by Doremy this combat, deal 2 additional damage and apply 2 additional nightmare. Okay, so this is like a Blizzard type card. And the sub-theme is making cards. like spawning cards. That is what the character does. Gain, I think this is colorless mana. Draw 3 cards. If positive cards drawn with this way have Dream Layer, they gain DL. What is that? Otherwise, they gain Dream Layer. Positive cards. Positive cards is not a status or misfortune. Is that a normal keyword? Because it is italicized. They have Dream Layer, they gain DL. So is DL like the status of drawing a Dream Layer card and then you have drawn it? Positive is a keyword? It's just italicized and not in like yellow, right? Oh, it's not a keyword, sorry. Yeah. Hello, Michi. Welcome. Cards attack damage dealt, barrier/block gained, and nightmare applied increased by 10% per DL stack. DL is capped at 10 stacks, but on DL gain effects can still trigger at the stack limit. DL carries over to copies, but copy cards with DL apply self-nightmare equal to DL stacks. That is a lot of words. DL carries over to copies. Also, what is DL? Is that Dream Layer or DL? Can I send the stream to my dev friend after the stream is over? Yeah, I mean, by all means. It's like... You're allowed to send this to whoever you want. Yeah, but this is a mechanism to make cards do more damage. Man, my brain really needs to start working now. 10 stacks, but on DL gain effects can still be triggered at the stack limit. I mean, I would have assumed that, right? Would I have assumed that? There's a cap of 10. I guess so. I guess I would be confused if I didn't actually gain the thing, maybe? That is a little weird, isn't it? It stacks up to 10. Can still trigger at the stack limit. I don't know. Would you have assumed that you would gain an on-gain DL to... DL carries over to copies. Apply self-nightmare. Self-nightmare is nightmare applied to Doremy. The applied amount is never affected by... The applied amount is never affected by positive nightmare modifiers. More like tease nuts. Oh my god. Nightmare applied to Doremy. The applied amount is never affected by positive nightmare modifiers. So does that mean when you apply nightmare with self-nightmare, you don't... You don't... Like, if I had 5... Gain 5 additional nightmare. If I applied 10, and then it was 15 to an enemy, I would only ever apply 10 to myself. Is that how this works? Okay. I mean, I'm going to take this card. Okay. Which I guess the question is, like, why? Also, why am I applying Nightmare to myself? Is there a point to that? Does that do something? Spec incur additional time. 2 times remaining. Wait, why? Don't I only have one of those in my deck? Copy can only occur once per combat for each Tazball in your library. Do I have another one of these for some reason? Self Nightmare is something largely added. Okay. Which I would be curious to know, like, but why did they want to add it, right? Like, Nightmare is like Doom, right? It does damage. So is the idea that if you give yourself enough Nightmare, you just die? It's 1+ number in library. Okay. I thought this just said 1 last time. And I missed it, though. Give me a card, please. Deal 16 to each enemy. Well, this is going to cost 0, so... For each D's nuts, deal 4 additional damage. For each DL. So does it get 10% and also? It's 10% every time. So... Do you, at the end of the turn, if this card is in hand, give it DL, and then shuffle it into the draw pile? Dream Layer is triggered before Ethereal. This says Exile. So I'm guessing if I copied it, and then I had 2 copies of this, both of them would shuffle in, and then they would get a DL? So do all cards with Dream Layer work like that? It gets both 10% and +4. So it gets plus 1.6 and plus 0.4. I wish I could cast this double. I'm sure we'll get to it eventually. But yeah, so it's like we make things, we make cards, and then we do things with those cards. It's funny because I remember Portalcraft in Shadowverse was like you play a card building deck builder in your thing. I think for Portalcraft, it was like you drafted like very specific cards, I think. Nilries. At the end of Doremy's turn, shuffle up to 1 3 random cards into the draw pile. An 8. Shuffle up to 1 of 3 random cards. It is Nilries. Which I suppose the upside is that it is a created card, and also that it could be like an ability. Okay. Draw 3 cards, discard a card. I think we'll probably need that, right? So normally you would get DL when you pass and you have a card in your hand. Is that normally the mechanism for Dream Layer? Also, I wonder about the, like... It really throws me off that it is, like, called Dream Layer and then called DL. Very... hurts my brain a little bit. You normally get DL when you pass with a Dream Layer card in your hand. Okay. I guess the reason why that threw me off is that the dream layer keyword is not on this card. Which it shouldn't be, I suppose, because it's not... This does not have dream layer itself. You want DL to use an icon like Mana does, but apparently that's hard to implement. Interesting. Okay. So it would have the little, like, top icon. Okay. I don't know if this card is good. Like, I do not know if contextually Nilry's is good with, when it costs 3 energy. Also, this is an uncommon, right? Are there, like, other abilities that just give you, like, infinite cards in this game? Is that, like, heuristically a thing? Because the thing with Nilry's, right, is that it is, like, you have to find the book event and then, like, take 30 damage or something, or 20 something, rather. Whereas it's just, like, a 3-mana card. And, like, we know that the upside of Nilry's is that you can just, like, get abilities and then have, like, infinite scaling. I'm gonna take it, I guess. It's like, I'm not sure if that is considered strong for this game. Oh, I can make a copy of Nilry's. That's insane. Aha! Now I'm going to take 16 damage. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna activate our spell roll mod per number of origins picked. Oh, origin is the character. Okay. Roll mod. So what does that mean, roll mod? I don't know if I fully understood this card when I... Pick at least 1 card origin and at least 3 card types to form a card pool. Randomly roll 5 cards from the pool. The number is modified by choices made. What does the number mean? Randomly roll 5 cards. So if I change the card pool, it makes it... How does it adjust it, though? The number is modified. So would it be like randomly roll 6 cards? Or like +0, +1, +3, +6? So I need to pick at least 1 card origin and at least 2 types. I mean, this definitely seems like very random. Gonna say, I mean, I guess this would require you to know all of the other cards to actually make an informed decision about this. It seems very random, though. Let's do this one. Was it 1? Okay, we've selected 1. But how do I know how I'm modifying it? I know I'm selecting a card. So, like, I selected Origin. I'll select this one, too. I'll say confirm. Pick at least 2 card types. Roll modifier 1 of -1. These are -1. Oh, I didn't run into any teammate cards. I have never played one of those. So defense, ability... So why are abilities and teammates -1? And then attacks and defenses are +1? Roll 5 cards. So it starts at 5. I don't know, I kind of wonder if there was like a that had like 5 or something, and then when you select something, it's like 4. So I know how it works, but I guess if you just know that it's 5, because abilities and teammates give you scaling. Randomly roll 5 cards from the card pool. The number is modified by your card choices. Choose one of the rolled cards, add it to your hand. So you get less choice when you pick an ability, and you get more choice when you pick an attack or a skill. Okay. I wonder if that could be simplified. Because there's like... Because resolving this ability requires me as a player to do math, and I don't want to do math. Defend is separate in this game? Oh, then skills? I don't know. Like, do you... Oh, but you can select 2 card types. Oh, that hurts my brain. This just feels very complicated. It's like... Because... Like, why am I choosing, for example, like a... If I chose, like, attack and defend, it's like, am I looking for an attack card or a defense card when I make this decision? I'm realizing how tired I am. I'm gonna drink some coffee. I don't like this version of the spell card. Most people don't like it. Only my dev partner and one singular player like it. Okay. I see. Understandable. So... Okay. The first thing that I wanted to say... I've been given full permission to be mad at this. We have to fight with him to give the 2 rainbow mana. Give me like 10 seconds to just like have my brain be off for like 10 seconds. Okay. What is the actual point of this spell card? So it makes a card because it's supposed to make cards, right? And then it gives you some selection on what card you want to make, right? With the conceit being that if you pick like ability, you will choose less cards. And then if you pick things like attacks and defense, you'll get more cards. But like... Like, why does it need to do so many things, I guess, is what my question is. Right? Like, it's very complicated to have to figure out what your role modifier is, in my opinion. Like, we're doing math here. And also, like, how is a player supposed to determine what the correct role modifier is for the situation they're in? Right? So maybe I'm like... Maybe I don't speak for every player. But what I think about with this kind of spell card, right, is that, like... I think in my head that I need a card right now. Right? Like, this is how people played... what is that card called? There's a card in Hearthstone that lets you make a card. Right? And the thing is, with that card, it was like, you kind of have something in mind of what you need to make. right? So in this case, the reason why I click the spell card is because I'm taking 16 damage and I need to not die, right? So in my head, I go like, okay, I want a defense card. And then like I need to interact with all these like roll modifier things, right? Where to me, what the spell card kind of feels like is like a way to get a free card play of a type you want in a particular moment, right? Which means that it is like very... This card could be very strong if you understand the card pool. It's not a free card play. It gives you 2 free mana though. Yeah, but I'm saying that it gives you 2 free mana. So, like, the point of this is that you are probably supposed to be able to play the card that you pick up. Was kind of what I was going for, right? So, like, did it make sense up until that point? Right? That, like, as a player, my thought process with this spell card is that I need a card right now, so I'm going to attempt to get the card that I'm looking for by playing this spell card. Right? And this kind of follows the heuristic from, like, the first character that I played, which is the ability of Reimu is, like, deal 15 damage 3 times accurate, which fits the role of I consistently want access to an ability that I need. In this case, it gives you a card, right? So you trigger whatever, if you have an ability that requires you to make cards or play cards that are made or making copies of cards that need to be played or whatever. That's what it does. And I think that's good, but there's a lot of math and I don't understand why. Like, why can't I just be like, hey, give me a random card in... Like, why do I have access to the entire card pool, for example? Which maybe that's part of the point. Which, I don't necessarily agree with this person, just for the record. I think their name was Sand. And I think they played Flagbearer, and they were like, this game's... Or this mod is alright. Sand had a bingo card. People don't like the bingo card because it is a half sarcastic way of being a piece of shit when talking about someone's work. And they had a document talking about like the actual reasons for each of the things on the bingo squares. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The one thing that I actually agree with a lot on, as far as the bingo squares are concerned, is it is called random bullshit. Which, forgive my French, but it's part of the reason why I'm not huge on Prismatic Shard. Where it's like, I'm trying to figure out how to play this character. Like, what does this character do? What are its keywords? If you tell me, well, just roll from all of the card pools and get a random card from all of the different characters, it's like, this spell card could do 2 things. It could, A, be a wish board, where you have access to the entire card pool, and you just go like, oh, hey, there's a time lock spell in the Blue Maid's card pool, so I'm gonna go randomly roll in the Blue Maid's card pool for a time lock spell. Oh, hey, there, it's a time lock spell. That's really good. Right? Which is insane, by the way. Like, that is extremely powerful to have access to all of those cards. Or B, it's like, here, have random bullshit. It's like, I just don't... I don't know. It's like a little unfocused for me. It's just like, well, I mean, I'll take anything, I guess. I'll just take random bullshit. It's so random. And I'm gonna get a defend card here, and it's probably gonna be good enough. Right? My original concept for the card was a wish board. The current version is random bullshit. Yeah, I feel like if this was more focused, because in my opinion, right, there's like, here's random bullshit. Have random bullshit. If this spell card had a consistent way of making cards that matter, like similar to how I don't even remember what that card is called now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. There's a Hearthstone card. Hearthstone, make a card. What is this card? What is this called? No. Hearthstone. Man, I don't remember what this card is called. The thing is, my friend was like literally obsessed with this card. Also, it was quite good. But basically it gave you like a number of stages. So it did something similar to this, where you have like a series of menus, right? But it's like, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 7 card pools. If this was like generic, right? So what are the situations that you need something for, right? Hearthstone make a card. I'm afraid to tell you, Flar, that's basically all of them. No, there was a very specific one that was like, give it like 5/5 and like draw a card and something. Original version could guarantee almost every card in the game. Yeah, so I think that is probably too broken, right? Like, actually having access to every single card at any point in time is probably way too broken. And also, it requires the player to know way too much about the game, in my opinion. Right? So, if you want to say, okay, because I like to think about it this way, right? If I were to release a game, like this is my framing, if I were to release an Elden Ring game, and then I was like, okay, here is your short sword. You are to use this short sword when you need it. It's going to be very reliable. It's going to be great. Also, you need to know every single weapon in this game in order to use the short sword. And then I go like, what the fuck? I just started playing this game. Right? Which perhaps the framing for this is a little bit different, right? Like, this is a modded character for a game in which people might have a lot of experience with. But I think that requires a lot of knowledge, which I think would may very easily put people off from the ability. Right? So how could you make this more understandable for someone who does not know every single card in this game? Right? I would, like, make it so that you can make a card, right? Not like a card, like you make a custom card, basically, that fulfills the functions of what you need this to do. So instead of being like, oh, I'm going to pick Reimu and then like get the block card from Reimu, it's like the intention of when I selected the spell card was that I needed a block card. So like you could pick like mana cost, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you could have stats which correlate with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're like, I'm gonna make cost 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which, I'm just thinking about that too, is that like, you could just use the spell card, be like, I'm going to make a 5-cost card, it's the first card I made, it costs 0, I'm gonna copy it, it's gonna cost 0. I don't know if copies cost 0 when you copy a thing that costs 0, but like, there's some bullshit there, I don't really know about that. And it's supposed to work with the ability, but I feel like saying, oh, I'm gonna make a 5-cost ability that just does something, it's like kind of crazy. Maybe it can't make abilities, like that. Maybe that's not the point, right? Maybe it's not supposed to make abilities. But the general would be like, cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have different, like, stats with each of those. So it's like, well, if you pick a 3-cost and you're making an attack card, that means the attack value is either 17 or it's either 18 or it's 6 times 3. and you just get a random value of that. So either you get a single target attack or you get a multi-target, like a multi-hit, and that's variable. The thing is, like, something like that is a lot of work, right? Like, I have no idea how they coded that card as far as Hearthstone is concerned, because it's like you need to have a value for like every single mana cost of every type of thing that you could make. So it's like, well, I want a defense card, and the defense card can give me like 7, 10, 13, 17 defense, depending on the mana cost. I know that that doesn't exactly align. And then maybe you can give it like 2 abilities. So it's like you give it an attack and an auxiliary ability. Yeah, I really wish I knew the Hearthstone card so that I could like look at it and be like, how did they do it in that game? But the main idea is that I, as a player, already have something in mind when I click this spell card, because I need something, right? I kind of question whether or not I am allowed to just get ability cards, which is kind of wild. This is way too much math for any player to be doing when they are trying to resolve a spell card. And also, I do not know all of the cards in the game, I'm sorry. So, this is, like, immensely complicated, in my opinion. Not the hugest fan. I'm gonna select these 2, and then I'm gonna select defense, because I want a defense card. I need 2 card types, so I'm gonna pick a skill. Okay, so there is... Choose 7 cards from 100. It's Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Dream Soul exhibit does not affect the cost of the created cards, as this card is created by a spell card. What does that mean? Game will be auto-saved after this point, and P committed to the spell card will be lost forever. What does this mean? Oh, this is just a select menu. I thought these were cards. I was like, what? Choose 7 from 106. Okay, I was so confused. Okay, so... Wait, hold on a second. Ruling clarification. So this is why you said that the card isn't free. Because this spell card can never make a card that costs 0. So yeah, I guess if you did the thing where it was mana 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... then it would actually work, because this spell card isn't supposed to make free spell cards anyways. If spell cards truly are like potions, then needing to go through a 5-step menu for it is IMO unacceptable. Yeah, it's why I said that they're not really like spell cards, or they're not really like potions. They're supposed to be a little bit more than that, Poi. What I think of them more as is they're kind of like a commander. Right? They're like the reliable, like, pin of your deck that, like, you can just use in order to break parity. So, like, in a boss fight, I want at least probably 1 spell card, because I think you can only use them once per combat. Or maybe it's once per turn, I think. I think it's once per turn. But the point is that it's like, here's my reliable, push this button, like, do something good. Which... I don't know how I feel about the general overarching spell card idea, because you have to like save up the resource on the side and then you have it available for the boss fight. But that's like a completely separate thing. That's just like this game as a whole. So I think if you made a card, I wouldn't be too upset about it. It would just be like, pick from these like attributes, pick its mana cost, and then like output something. I would probably not put ability or teammate, because it would be very, very difficult to make an ability card on the fly. Like, that doesn't make sense. So it means A, your starting relic can't make card gen free, and B, the game hard saves that you use the spell card even if you quit, which again I dislike. You use the spell card and then restart, you lose the power in the card. Yeah, so I think it's important to, like, that it uses the spell card, because, like, if you think about it this way, you could just save and quit in, like, infinity times, and then just keep rolling the card, which is, again, why I think, like, making it random, right? Like, making it true random means that you are trying to roll for a particular card. That's why he made it work like that. Yeah, so this is a case of, like, I think that this thing, right, which is like, okay, well, you've used the card, it's done, like, you've used your spell card 110 Ponos points, I don't know what it is, P, to use the spell card, is that, like, this card is inherently not reliable, and it is using a randomized system to give you a card, right? Which is why it's kind of like, the mechanic itself leads itself to abuse, right? And then we're trying to, like, staple a solution on top of it that's like, okay, well, I want to give them random cards, but that's, like, latent for abuse, so we're gonna make it that you have to commit the spell card total or whatever, right? I like the idea of being a non-random custom card. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, I would personally, like, I think that's a lot better for this spell card, but the other thing is that, like, I don't know what the numbers for that would be. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know what, like, the available, like, keywords you can get are, and stuff like that. I don't know how many steps there are in the process. Like, in cases like that, I think it's really, really important to look at the card you're referencing, which, again, I don't have the card because I don't freaking remember what it is. But I remember it was, like, really, really good in Hearthstone because you could, like, you could just make freaking whatever. And people would, like, there are cards that people would make, right? They're like, oh, I'm facing an aggro deck, so I'm going to play this card, and I'm going to make a 5-mana card that deals 3 damage to all the creatures, and it's like a 2/5 with taunt, right? Like, they knew what card they were making, like, when they casted the card, right? Because you would get consistent options, and then you could make different subsets of cards that matter. The thing is, in this game, it's a little more simple. Like, you can't make creatures. I don't know if that's what teammates are. I've never played a teammate card. So I don't know what the options are that make you feel like you're making a good decision, but it's very strange. This is very, very odd. It's definitely weird. Okay, so we have skills and defense. I can't play this card. Gain 1 amulet. Negates incoming debuffs. Gain 10, whatever that is. Choose 1 card in your hand, it gains echo. Okay, well, unfortunately I can't play any of the good cards. Ah, shit. It's ogre, dude. I'm gonna pick the draw card and then draw nothing and die. Oh, what is this? Gather dreams? Wait, what? Oh, this is because I have the, I have Nilries. A card with Dream Layer is played against deal. So this circumvents needing to wait for the card to be in your hand. Sure, I don't know. I guess we're not in a boss combat. In Doremy's hand, gain 7 block and apply 2 Nightmare. Oh my goodness. What card is created, upgraded? Maybe making double Nilries was not a good idea. For each created card in Doremy's hand, gain 7 block and apply 2 Nightmare. So there are 2. Does it 2 times. But I only have 1 created card. Oh, does it count this one when I cast it? $1,000,000 options to drain your mental stamina. It counts itself because it is created. Yeah, but it says how many cards are in your hand. Is it in my hand when I'm casting it? I guess I have an imaginary thought in my head called the stack. And it feels like the card isn't in my hand when I'm casting it because I play card games IRL. But that obviously it is about what is the card supposed to do, not the other way. Like 20 Nightmare to each enemy, all created cards in the hand temporarily cost 2 less. It's a change we made recently to make the card feel better. Yeah, it's kind of like... the card should work consistently with like what it's supposed to do, I guess. It counts itself. It does tell you how many times it's going to do it. I just wonder like how intuitive or unintuitive it is, but it's supposed to work is the thing. I don't really know. I'm just saying words out loud. Okay, I'm gonna skip this because I'm trying to beat a regular ass combat. Oh my god. But there's like 70 billion card choices because I double Nilriesed. Yeah, I'm gonna skip these. Armis the form card? Yeah. I'm having a bit of difficulty. The only form card at this game because it is inspired. That's not true. Reimu literally has demon form. She has, at the start of your turn, gain 3 energy, or not 3 energy, 3 strength. When this card gains DL, gain 4 block. So this is a free gain 4. Yeah, I'm memeing. Copies of this card apply self-nightmare. Wait, what? Is it every... I don't remember what the context for gaining self-nightmare is. Apply 3 weak and 18 nightmare to each enemies. Move a card from the library, apply, or after Devour History is played, it is removed from combat in the library. This is just like actually a white neutral card? That's wild. I don't know, this seems good, I think. Going to we're gonna afford to be confused. This is, it's difficult. We're struggling. Alright, let's make a copy of this thing. Wait, so was it 0 and now it's 3? Was it 1, then 3, or does it go down? 10% per DL. By self-nightmare equal to the DL stacks. Oh, it's because I'm frail? Yeah, I saw it. You got mail. Ah, I can't cast that card. I am at 22 Nightmare. I'm going to die. So what am I supposed to do about that? These are just going to shuffle back into my deck and then I'm going to die, right? We're at 7 Nightmare, you effectively have 22 life remaining. I mean, so this is like an autoplay block, right? Like that's the point of this card. But if I gain 6 block and it takes 5 life away from me, doesn't this not do anything? I'm effectively dying in the meanwhile, right? Don't copy Dream Shield, I guess. I don't like Self Nightmare. Well, it just like doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Right? So if the purpose of the character is to copy the cards that I have, like copy the abilities that I have, right? Only the copies of the card give Nightmare. Yeah, but like hear me out. So I have abilities, and then the abilities are like, okay, I have auto give myself 5 block. And then I'm like, okay, the purpose of my copy cards is that like I want to have 2 of those in my deck so that I can automatically gain more block. But this just like doesn't work. Trimp doesn't. He thinks copying DL without a downside is overpowered. I don't know why. Well, I wasn't going to comment on the fact that, like, Dream Layer already seems like a very busted mechanic in general. Right? It's kind of like Retain, except you have to redraw it. Right? Like, I would look at, like, Portal Craft from Shadowverse for inspiration on, like, being able to make cards and those cards getting shuffled into decks. Like, the thing is, for Portal Craft, they would play cards that, like, put specific cards into your deck. So it's like, I'm gonna play a defense. I guess it's kind of like Watchers. What is that card that lets you draw cards? It's like shuffle cards into your deck that say like 0 mana draw a card, but it's like retain 0 mana draw a card. So like you could just cycle it that turn, or you could keep it in your hand and be like, no, I need to draw more cards later. Which, to be fair, I think the shuffling tokens into your deck in Watcher is like not the most effective archetype that they made. But that's kind of the idea, is that like you need access to general abilities, so like blocking, for example. Right, and then that block needs to interact with making cards and then like shuffling them into your deck, giving you things that you need access to. Whereas a lot of these cards, like Nilries, for example, particularly in context to this game, like they're really, really random. Like they're quite random, right? Which I don't know how I feel about that. right? Dream Layer is by default super draw negative. Yeah, it's like you need to be able to draw more cards so that you can have Dream Layer cards in your hand to shuffle them back into your deck. Right? Do you always shuffle things back into your deck with Dream Layer, or do you discard them? I don't exactly know how this works. Dream Layer, at the end of your turn, you shuffle it into your deck. Yeah. Which I guess the other thing here, too, is that, like... So why do they shuffle back into your deck? Wouldn't you end up... If you had 5 Dream Layer cards, wouldn't you just, like, redraw those cards for the rest of the game? Like, couldn't you soft lock yourself? Oh, if you don't play them. So you can play them to get them out of your deck. Okay, my apologies. You can ignore that. Am I dead? I'm not dead. I'm going to die. Every time a card gains Dream Layer, draw an additional card. This is a good card. Like, combats the negative draw from the thing. Gain 2 energy. Draw 3. Okay. Yeah, which, like... I guess the thing is that you could say something along the lines of, okay, well... If you're gonna interact with the card stupidly, then stop interacting with the card stupidly, right? Which I think... Oh, I've died. Because that does damage when it dies, I suppose. It's kind of like, well, why would you allow the player to do something so stupid? You know what I mean? That's kind of the, like, other half of it. Right, like, what is the dumbest thing that you could do in Spire with, like, a base game character? Wrath yourself and watch her and die? Right, like, most of the cards advance you towards being fine. I guess you could cast Anger a bunch of times and then lose. Exile your deck to nothing? I suppose so. Okay, I don't think we are going to be able to get through a run of this, but I'm going to try it again, because I spent a lot of time ripping into the spell card. But on first brush, like, I feel like the choose cards, especially with the expanded, like, card pool in this game, are, like, really, really, really random. Like, they are very random. Things like Nilries and, like all the cards that say, like, get a random attack or something, like, they're just quite random, you know? Yeah, I could try blue. But yeah. You know the archetype is making cards, but if the two archetypes are copying cards and Nightmare DL, then why does combining the two make you lose on the spot? Obviously, hyperbolic. But still. Fortunately, my dev doesn't. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? Is that, like... My head hurts a little bit, I guess. So here's the thing, right? As Poi mentioned, so these are the archetypes you can kind of see. So you can copy cards, and then you have Nightmare, Dream Layer, and then they non-bow with each other. It's a co-developed mod, I don't have complete control. Yeah, but that's not important, right? So, like, if I'm on a dev team with other people who are semi-competent, that's a really bad way of putting it, but it's like, when you're on a team, you should have a clear picture of what you're trying to make. And the reason you do that is so that, like, what would be the the overarching or, like, the base pillars of what this character does? I would say something along the lines of, okay, there's going to be, like, autoplay cards or stacking/retain cards that the player wants to draw later. Which means that it is valuable to get the deck out, which means that they need a lot of card draw. They also need card draw to compensate for the fact that you're not going to play the cards. And you want to be able to copy those cards so that either you spent a lot of time stacking the dream layer on one card and then you copy it, and then that has the dream layer of that card, then you want to play those cards in, like, kind of a big combo finish, right? Right, like, that seems like a path to, like, winning. Right, like, that seems like a game plan. Like, that's what I want the player to experience. I want them to draft cool Dream Layer cards, I want them to charge their Laser Beam, and then they can copy those cards, and then, like, have, like, a 1-2 finish of, look at my big charged up Dream Layer card, right? And then I want to be able to, like, make cards, like, I want to make token cards so that it can fulfill the role of the sub-theme of making cards. I actually don't even necessarily know what that overlaps with, so it's like, what, I make a card, and then I can copy that card, so that I can have access to 2 of a random card, right? So the mechanism for a Watcher card, right, where you shuffle the cards into your deck and then, like, you draw a 0-mana cantrip later, is that you shuffle it for later and then you have the opportunity to draw a lot of cards all at the same time. And for Portalcraft and Shadowverse, that was like, you put creatures into your deck that, like, cantrip, for example. So, well, I'm gonna make a 1/2 that draws me a card for 1, and I'm gonna put it somewhere else, and then I'm gonna draw it later. And the upside is that it is like typal, it's a construct, and maybe that interacts with cards which require you to play a created card. So you can have synergies that are like, when you play a created card, do something. And then you have these cards that trigger those very easily, but have the opportunity cost that they need to be shuffled into your deck first and then drawn, right? Whereas I feel like I don't feel as skillful if I'm just pulling from a card pool of, like, 200 cards randomly. I don't know how I feel about that, right? Which it's like a whole bunch of cards randomly, but you pick from 3. But it's like, do you want to be resolving that, like, 7 billion times in a run? I don't know. I know that for the base game Characters Inspire, they usually have, like, 1 card that does that. Like, they have a card which can generate a token card. So I guess if you were to have a lot of created cards, I might want to see like, a consistent mechanism, right? So it's like, I'm going to shuffle the 0 mana, it draws cards into my deck, right? Because I know what that function does. Like, I know what it does when I draft pick it in the card select screen, right? I don't know what I'm selecting when I pick Foreign Influence, right? Which, even the upside of Foreign Influence is supposed to be that it costs 0 and then the thing you get costs 0, right? I think, if I'm remembering this correctly. Am I losing my mind here? So, it's like clarity on what the game plan is for the created cards, or is it, like, just supposed to be random? Which you could tell me, like, oh, it is just supposed to be random. Like, you randomly just select cards and it's fine, right? But then it's like, kind of leads into the, well, this is sort of random bullshit, right? It's like, what's my game plan? It's like, I don't know what my game plan is, because I'm gonna just randomly get it from my create cards. Foreign Influence only costs 0 when it's upgraded. There's random bullshit. discover WinCon. Okay, it's like very random. Which, like, when you compare that to a character like this, it's like I get strength and multi-attack. Brain work. Like, I really don't feel as strongly about the clarity of I make random bullshit. Right? Which, I don't know, I think maybe for some players, they like random bullshit. Because there are players who like Prismatic Shard. But if all of your cards say randomly add a card, like, I get concerned. At the end of the player's turn, if no attacks were played this turn, gain 4 barrier. So this allows you to interact with Dreamlayer cards, I suppose. Because you just don't play any cards and you defend yourself, and then that allows you to play more Dreamlayer stuff. Or, like, gives you an opportunity to sit there and just charge up your Dreamlayer things. Apply 15 Nightmare to each enemy, deal damage to each enemy equal to half its Nightmare. Accurate. So again, it's like, I don't know if the... I wonder about... This is even like a number. It's like, I wanted to try this one again just because, like, I think the created card costing 0 is, like, interesting as a concept, but the spell card is certainly a little strange. You can go look in the collection queue for the rest of my cards. It's fine. We're gonna try this again, except I'm gonna try not going on half an hour long tangents about why random bullshit is bad. Yeah, I'd be very interested if there was, like, because here's the other thing is that you even have, like, keywords already, right? So what if there was a card that's like, I'm gonna shuffle a dream into my deck, and the dream is going to have, like, Nightmare 5, and it costs 0. But it's like anger, so it has Dreamlayer, and then it's gonna, like, I guess making another copy of it wouldn't work because it has Dreamlayer, and then you would, like, deck yourself. Maybe that's fine though, because if it costs 0, then you could Dreamlayer like 5, and then you have 5 of them, and then it's like you cast all of them. I don't know, something weird like that. It's like a token card that you can rely on, as opposed to like a random ass card. It's like this one. All right. Oh, also, are there power cards that cost more than 100, by the way, or spell cards? Because I noticed that the one was like 110. And I don't know what the thought behind that was. Relate damage, apply 8 Nightmare. For each Dreamlayer, deal 1 additional damage. And this has Dreamlayer. Okay. So I can wait on that one. The Time Walk's girl's Time Walk is 120. Okay. So this should just kill him. Sorry, I guess I just want to, like, follow up on the things that I was saying about ripping into the spell card. Which was that, like... So, and it was about being on a team and having a clear picture of what you're working on. Is that, like... It shouldn't matter whether, like... Oh, I want this thing to be there because... Like, I think modifying roles and stuff is, like, good or bad. Right? It's like, if you're on a team of people who understand, like... user experience, or like you have a UX person on your team and you basically go like, this is way too much cognitive load for any player to need to deal with when they're resolving this card, let's not do this. And then the UX person looks at the programmer and tells them like, we can't do that. And they're like, but I think it's cool. And then it's like, okay, but we're not making decisions on what we personally think is cool, right? There is like making the game playable. I guess there's like, do we care about UX is a thing as well, right? Like to what degree? But it's like, it's not about my ideas versus your ideas. It's like, what is the picture of what we want to make? And mind you, I played like literally 2 combats and looked at a whole bunch of cards. But I, for example, would not make Nilries a card because it is very complicated to resolve multiple Nilries when you copy them, and also that it's like effectively random bullshit. And also, I don't know if there's a Nilries in this game based on the fact that your card pool is like 200 instead of 70, right? I don't know. To be honest, this is very common collected feedback on the spell card, not ripping into it, compared to one guy who said the spell card made him want to uninstall the game! Incredible. Add a random ability to the hand. It temporarily costs 0 and gains ethereal. That is definitely random bullshit. I would say, if I have ever seen a card that is random bullshit, this is it. Okay. Enters the hand or is exiled, add 1 needles to your hand. Oh, and you could give this Dream Layer and then reshuffle it. Yeah, oh, I guess the other thing, too, is literally just a defect card. Yeah, but the context is that there is a neutral card pool, right? Which I think is a big difference between a Spire character and, like, these characters, right? Is that there's a generic card pool that you pull from. There are generic abilities, right? Or are there none? I'm gonna pick it. Yeah, like this is a blue neutral. It's like, what does false moons have to do with my character? I don't know. Because like the reason why defect has a card that gives you powers is that like it is a power-based character, right? Is this a power or ability-based character? Right? Because it's not clear to me that that overlaps with this character. Or there's like no guarantee that it will overlap with this character. Make a copy. Ah, it has grays. Not the grays. I just want to make copies of the status and die. Be very funny. Tax costs. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. There was another thing about Dream Layer that I was thinking about, just for the record, which was that, like, so cards which by themselves tick up by doing nothing, then you could say that the opportunity cost is how much time it takes to, like, play all those cards and draw those cards, but it is a little, like, suspicious to me, like, just a little bit, right? That it keeps going, like, up, right? Which I guess in this case, it is an auto that does it forever. Which is different than, like a card that charges up and then you have to play it. And then you have to draw it every time. It's just like a little odd. It is a little strange. This card gains deal apply temporary firepower down to each enemy equal to DL stacks up to a maximum of 2. Does this trigger when I shuffle it? I have no idea. I'm gonna take it. She's impregnable. Okay, yeah, so it does it for 1. So the cards are like sort of, you could consider them maybe like modal. Simple dreams. Add. Yeah, so these make tokens. This makes an attack or a block. So this is a simplified way to make a token card. Which I guess, I don't know, is that worth 2 mana? Like, is that typically how much you would pay for this kind of effect? Seems very expensive. Like that one. Seems like a good card. Okay. Yes, this is not Tri-Centuries. I agree. Definitely I just feel like the standing positions always throw me off because it's not like on an equal ground where I normally see the cards. Or normally see the things that I am fighting. Oh, it does 12! Should have played the other one. Everyone is flying. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It's probably because, like, I'm just saying that I'm used to Spire. That was all the only point of the comment. So this gives attack down 2. So is this person gonna attack for 6? Is that how this works? That's how this works, right? Yeah. There's definitely a lot of stuff. I don't know. There's so many of them. Many different statuses. Bonk. That didn't kill it. Oh no. This one. Did I put attack cards in my deck? Do I have any? They're in there somewhere. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna draw a Dream Blast. It's gonna be great. It is a little funny to me how kind of awkward it is to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna shuffle my Dream Layer. You draw 3 dazes. Oh. Shit. Max life when skipping a card reward. Oh hey, look, it's Singing Bowl. Deal 9 damage. This was the add a random attack that costs 1 less. The end of Doremy's turn, upgrade 1 card in hand. It gains deal and a shuffle into the draw pile. This is an ability. I was just wondering about, like, if you put... The thing about this mechanic is that it's like, okay, if I put Dream Layer on... It's like I can put it on anything. And that kind of melts my brain a little bit. Like, just a little bit. It melts my brain just a little bit. Okay. I don't care. And I'm at full thing already? That does not matter to me. Okay. Shuffle the thingy. What the frick? Pay 40. The rabbit leaves. Sure. Goodbye. When you shuffle a card, you gain 3 block. Okay. The rabbit is a thief. DC. Create a random non-rare attack defense cards. Do I get 2? They gain Ethereal and Exile. Add attack, radiance, and defense to the hand. What does this mean? I don't know what this means. It literally says random bullshit go! What? You... I can't, man. Like, I just can't, dude. Like, come on now. You literally put it all into cards. First of all, I don't know what this card does. It gives you an attack, a defend, and a miracle, basically. Okay. Why do they gain ethereal in exile? Oh, because they're a token. Well, why does it need to be a random... But why does it need to be a non-rare attack and defense? Like, what if this gave you a Shiv and a defend? And a radiance? Right? Something like that. So it's like, if the tokens were simpler, then it's like less random bullshit. And so here's the other thing that I would like to mention is that, like, it is very hard to balance a card when the outputs are like 1 to 260, right? It's like, I don't know what this card's gonna be. It could be the most broken thing ever, or it could be fucking nothing. Who knows, right? But when you go, okay, this makes 5 attack and 6 defense, and you don't have to play the tokens immediately. You could give them Dream Layer, you could shuffle them, you can do a lot of stuff with this material you've created because that's part of the character. But we know that on rate, it is a 3 mana that effectively saves 2 mana for some other point in time because it's retain, right? It's like you actually have to think about what stats it's giving you. Grimoire was a bad card. That's why I removed it. Old Grimoire was so bad. Oh, man. We're gonna take it, though. Random bullshit. Go! Okay. Nothing. Take life. So... I don't know what happens when you don't pay for these, by the way, but it's very confusing to me that that is an option. This card in particular is supposed to be just get a bunch of ethereal garbage, surely some of it will be useful, right? This one is the least likely to be made into tokens. There's no penalty for dining and dashing. I don't know, game dev's high, I guess. I literally don't understand. But yeah, I don't know. I think these cards are bad. Like, they're extraordinarily random. It is hard for people to make convincing game plans around them. And it's not very skill testing either, because it's just random bullshit, you know? Grimoire was bad, yes, but it was very funny because it was not that unlikely to high roll and win on the spot, so actually it was good. Should upgrade to give a skill too? Okay, well, it's broken. I'm gonna upgrade it and see if it works correctly, even if it doesn't have the text on the card. One random less mana for the combat. So, okay. Like, you can make cards cost 0. I don't know. I'm sorry if I much. It's a little difficult, right? Because first of all, I would like to say that there are a lot of things going on, right? Which is that, like, I am not as familiar with this game in general, right? Which is already makes this harder, right? but it is also a character that makes a lot of random things, right? First of all, I wouldn't make that comparison. Second of all, I say this, I've made this joke many times, and I mean it like semi-seriously, is that I actually don't think Flag Bearer is that good. Like, I think it's okay, right? But like, I think genuinely my issues with this character stem from like, I don't know necessarily what I'm supposed to be doing, right? I like the idea of like pseudo retain cards where they shuffle back into your deck, but for some reason, like, there's something like itching at the back of my head that's like, there's something very strange about this that like doesn't seem right. Like, there's something strange about, like, if I have 5 cards that all have Dream Layer, couldn't I just like shuffle all of them? Like, surely that's going to do something weird, right? And then also being able to give cards abilities is like that opens up a lot of stuff, right? And I'm trying to think of the like ramifications of being able to give any card Dream Layer. And that's like surely this does something broken, right? But maybe it doesn't. Like, because the way that I see it is that Dream Layer is just a way of, like, giving you cards to play later. And it's like, how many times are you going to draw the card before you actually play it? And the opportunity cost is drawing the card. Which, that makes sense. The other thing that I think about, though, is that, or that I think is interesting, is that when a card has Dream Layer, you can just... You think about the modes of, do I play this or do I not play this? Like, that is a skill testing decision that a player can engage with. So I think cards that, like, have modal decisions that are genuinely interesting, like, I don't know if I want to play this card or if I want to keep reshuffling it, for example, right? And that'll depend on the situation, and I can, like, chew into that decision as a player. It's like, am I going to play this card? Am I not going to play this card? So I think when these things have 2 decisions on them that you legitimately need to think of, am I going to play this one or am I going to play that other one, that you will run into interesting decisions, which is why I think that this mechanic can do stuff and produce interesting decisions. I'm just trying to, like... There's something weird about drawing the same card and it's scaling, right? Because I want to say that, like, a skilled person playing this game could, like, infinitely recycle Sleep Paralysis Yokai and then, like, just sit there. No? The reason you can give any card Dream Layer is because multi-classing into other characters is a central mechanic. Yeah. So it's like, in order to take advantage of, like a, how do you say it? Let's say you draft a 20 damage card, right? And you want that to have Dream Layer so that you have something that can start scaling in the way that you need it to. But that is why this card exists. I have to discard a card. Allows Dream Layer cards to play nicely with other character cards. Yeah, it's like, I think needing to solve how Dream Layer interacts as a generic, like, set of cards is definitely a good question to be asking. And, like, I feel like I might be just overcomplicating it in my brain, right? Where it's just like, I just don't need to play this card right now. Because it doesn't matter. But I might play this card. But I have 15 block. I want to draw 3 cards. I could draw a generic defense. Or I could just play this card. Does 5. I can also just sit here and do nothing. I have no blocks. Wait, why'd that make this cost 0? Because of rest easy. Whenever a card gains DL, it costs 1 random less. Oh, this always costed 0. I thought when I played the thing it costed 0. No, this just costs 0 now. Okay. Drink more coffee. Debut. Activates when this card is played for the first time each combat. A chosen card gains DL. Or yeah, so it gets Dream Layer, and if it's the first time you've played it, it goes up by 1. Seems like a good card. Right, skill cards are different in this game. I don't know. Take this one. Do this one. Makes sense in my brain. I just realized that this says up to a maximum of 2. I didn't read that part. Because reading is hard. Random bullshit, go! Oh shit, I didn't read the card. Was it Scry? It must be Scry, right? It was Scry, okay. Me not actually reading the card at all. Random bullshit, go. Consume all nightmare from all combatants. Deal 6 to each enemy. Increase damage by amount of nightmare consumed. Consume all nightmare from all combatants. So it's like, take nightmare and deal 6x damage to everything, right? Hey, Kane. welcome. I'm doing alright. I think I've been better. Not specifically due to this mod. Just my brain is melting a little bit. I feel it. I feel the juices dripping out of my ears. How does this work? Does it... Got some sickness or something? Yes, it's called crippling depression. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, it's just 6 plus X. Yeah, my brain works. I love my brain and how much it works. This one. Oh, this doesn't have exhaust. Oh god. I just realized. Oh no. Oh no, it's actually Grimoire. No, it's literally Grimoire, and it gives you a miracle. Oh fuck. No, it does not exhaust. I would be concerned about all the random bullshit that it's putting in the deck. I guess the cards exhaust? It does say the cards exhaust, right? They get Ethereal and Exile? They do. I see. That's fair. Yeah, it does not clog your deck. I see it as pseudo draw. Oh yeah, it gives you more material to like do stuff with. Go back into my deck. Kind of like that branch. Yes. That branch is a card in this game, by the way. Oh no. Yeah, so this is Toho Slay the Spire edition. Slay the Spire Toho edition. There we go. Is queue up one card. The start of turn, add to the hand as many queued cards as the hand space allows. Remove added cards from the queue. All added cards except summon teammates, limited, and battle non-discoverable cards are considered to be created. If a card with Dream Lair is played, it gains DL. Oh, it goes from 2 to 0. It's pretty good. Oh, I got another one. Toho is an interesting world. I don't know a whole lot about it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know that they're cute anime girls. That is what I know. Yeah, it's a fan game. Wait, why did I get 2 extra cards? What? Was I supposed to get that many cards? I got like 5. You generated endless agony. And sheath. Oh, when water plate enters the hand, make a copy of it. Can't play that one. Hey Yumi, how's it going? Ow. That wasn't very nice. Fuel damage applying nightmare. Oh, it's 2x damage. Effectively 78. It's going good. How about you? My brain is melting a little bit. I feel my brain melting. What is this? Summon reinforcements. Please don't. Don't summon them. Just simply do not summon the reinforcements. It says 60 now? Wow, that was a lot of damage. Apply 10 nightmare to a random enemy one time. Does this scale? Does it go to 2 times? Can you just say, apply 10 nightmare to a random enemy? Oh, for each time a card has gained DL since the end of Doremy's previous turn, apply nightmare again. Oh! So this, it does it many times. I see. Okay. My friends love the new Choco. That's great. I'm glad. You have been blessed with more booba than my model will ever have. Congratulations. I'm glad you are enjoying them. So this can do like 50 or something. Or just shuffle a bunch of stuff. Sure, let's take it. Why not? It's fine. Place 3 attacks, gain 10 spell power. Okay, are we gonna fight a boss? Let's fight a boss. Probably play this. Oh, I haven't attacked yet, so I get 4 barrier. It gets very funny when you give a dream layer. Chrono lock. I don't know if I want to play this card. Damage you every time you play a certain number of cards. Okay. Okay. 3 attack, 2 dexterity for created cards. I can't play this one. Shit. Shuffle it back. Shuffle it back. Oh. I mean, my model is a mage who can give himself booba. Pretty sure he could give your model booba. I suppose you're right. I mean, technically, I also have magic capabilities that allow me to do that. Oh shit, what is this? There's spell card after 2 turns. Trigger this once. Can I play this? Ah. Discard 3 cards, make mana. Don't think I'm doing that one. Also, I'm taking a bunch of damage. I don't know what this does when it's upgraded. It just gives me more block. Oh, it costs less. It did 0, right? Oh no. Attempt to find out. Do I die? What does this do? 28? Does some block. Every 8 card plays. Deals 10 damage. How many times? 2? It's 2. I've applied 0 nightmare so far. Random bullshit. Oh, it's another Dream Blast. It's funny. Stealing 20. This one. I'm just pressing buttons. Pass? Okay, now this is 4. All these have Dream, right? I'm gonna die. Oh shit. That's a lot of life. Oh no! I don't want any of those to have. Dreamlayer, please. One of 3 movements to your hand. Are the movements things that I should know what they are? These right-click rapid eye movements in your hand. Did it get exiled? Ah. Draw 2. Apply 3 temporary firepower down or gain a barrier. It's either block 16, 8 draw 2, 8 minus 3 strength. Kinda neat. Well, 124 left. It's a lot. this one? I think it was already upgraded. This does 94 damage now. That was immensely complicated. But well, I guess I literally could have spell carded at any time, right? Unremovable, unplayable. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at 1. That's something. Being at 1 sure is something. This is probably good. Okay. So these are like planeswalkers. It's one better than 0. They're literally just planeswalkers, yeah. So his teammate is just a regular card type, like this is a normal thing, yes? I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Maybe walking is gonna unmelt my brain a little bit. Here be. Okay, I'm back. Quick, while he's gone, let's take over the stream, say bad words, eat junk food, say it past our bedtimes. Oh god. Yeah, so teammate is a regular card type. Most characters only have 1 teammate card, and usually it is off color. By off color, do you mean like, we're blue-white, would it be like red? Okay. So shouldn't this card be like a different color, not white? Because it's like, if the opportunity cost of playing a teammate is that you need to like dip into their color to play them, whereas this one is just kind of like, it's 5. Actually, it's an ability which adds teammates to your hand. Cerno has like 1,000,000 teammates. Well, it's probably because they're a teammate character, right? I don't know. I don't think I want to play this 5 mana Goofy card because it's 5 mana. What is this? For each white spent at the start of the next turn, each card in hand temporarily costs 1 less mana. For each blue spent, gain energy and draw an extra card. What the fuck? That's insane, right? This is insane. What are your plans for Christmas? Oh yeah, so part of the reason I wanted to play Metaphor today, by the way, was that I'm probably not going to be here on Wednesday, because that's when I would normally stream. And I don't know what my plans are for the holidays. I've actually been asked... I was going to say, I've been asked out for New Year's, but that's not... that does not correctly describe. My friends were planning something for New Year's, so I think I'm actually not going to be here for New Year's of the first time in, like, I think 4 years? Yeah, as if, shut the fuck up. I know, right? Yeah, so if you took a boss relic and then got an additional color, but you only had half of the colors of a character, then you would only find the ones of the appropriate color, I'm guessing? Even though you are Doremy, you can only find Doremy cards of the color you have. Same applies if you take a boss relic. I see. Yeah, I don't know. I might be like meeting family or something for Christmas. But aside from that, I don't know. I don't even know what my schedule is gonna be. I was slightly, mildly concerned about that because I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Can I attack this turn? This one. Are there Doremy cards of those colors? Is that normal? Okay, so double white. Some blues. It says 26. Probably need to do a block. No, it's only for 12. I want to draw a billion cards. Yes, that is normal? Okay. Wow. Wow, none of them died. Fuck. This one. Did you hear about the Zenless Zone Zero update? I actually did, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I play this game. Because of the cool katana-wielding girl who is gonna drain my balls, drain my wallet. Oh shit, I can't kill it! I can't kill it! Villain! Drain my wallet, yes. I probably deserve that bug. Draw 3 cards. Gain 30 life. Keep rune cost blue less this combat. Kinda cool. Draw all the cards. But yeah, it's cool. The character looks cool. And I'm not actually going to play that game, but it's neat that they changed things and tried to make the game better. The devs apparently reversed the update because of the outrage. Wait, what? Maybe I'm thinking of different things. I thought they made the game better. Was my understanding. Did they not make the game better? Don't you'll be playing much of this game either once the stream is over. It's a little complicated. I feel like the multi-element thing melts my brain a little bit. I wanted to try the time walk character just for fun, but obfuscation tech was added then removed. Not with the specific update they pushed back. Made it so that if you look up, your character disappears, so no butt shots. Yeah. Okay, so... No, that's fine. I thought the thing was, there was a bunch of quality of life updates and stuff, I thought. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's good. That's good they're improving their game. Nice. But, yeah, no, I think I knew about reverting the Gooner. You can't take away the gooning from the Gooner game. Like, come on, guys. Think about the game design. Card was discarded this turn, gain thing. Have I discarded any cards? I actually don't know. Oh, hey, I can discard... Whoa, I can play the thing, and I can discard a card. Let's go! Okay. Oh, wait, what? Discard 2 cards? I have to discard 2 cards. I'm gonna do this one. And then I have this. And then... I need defense. I have 2 of these. I don't play the game, but I just heard of the update this morning. Yeah, honestly, kind of based. Why would you remove the ability to goon from the Gooner game? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You hear about the new intergalactic game? I did. I did hear about it. It's like Leisure Suit Larry without his suit. Leisure Larry. What's your opinion on that one? I think that artists can make whatever they want. And, okay, so this is probably not the discussion that I want to do when I'm in the middle of a design spire. So I will try to summarize, because I discussed with my friend about this. It was something along the lines of, you could say that on the topic of character designs, people have opinions. It is okay to have opinions about character designs. I think the problem when people have opinions about aesthetics or character designs is when either side, like, basically says the other thing is bad, right? Because no one really wants to hear that the thing that they like is bad. Like, in general, people just don't want to hear that, right? So it's like if you walked into this game and you're like, wow, Tuhu art looks bad. Why would anyone play this game? You know what I mean? You should change the Tuhu art in this game to be semi-realistic, right? So the presumption that an artist should change their art, generally, in my opinion, is like, don't do that. I think more people nowadays should, like, can have a wider breadth of, like, neutral, right? So, for example, one of the characters that I thought of in my head was Yuri from Three Houses. I think his character design is not for me, right? He looks aight, right? But that's okay. It does not need to appeal to my sensibilities for me to completely write off or dislike a game. So much in the same way for Intergalactic, I don't need to write off an entire game because something does not meet my sensibilities, right? Is the character to my sensibilities? No, it is not. Does that mean I think the game is bad? No. Might that make it so that I'm not going to play the game? Maybe. But yeah, it's kind of like the discourse around this should be something else. It's like, well, the artist didn't want it to be something else. And I think that it is okay to make art that does not resonate with a lot of people. I think that people get really caught up in... people really get caught up in this kind of paradigm. So think about this for a second. If I'm spending $7 bajillion on producing a game, it would be smart for me, in my opinion, to make a game that is widely appealing. It is my assumption that what is widely appealing is something that is generically attractive. Widely appealing is what I'm saying. Like, if I wanted to hedge my bets, I would say that appealing things are nice. Right? Is that fair to say? So if I wanted to hedge my bets on making money, that I would hedge them on making appealing characters. That being said, I think artists should just do what they want to do. And then the people who resonate with a particular art will get curated and be attracted to that. And then the people who don't like it will not consume it. And even if one is more popular or less popular, like if you remove money from the equation, I think that it is okay to do any of those things. I constantly use myself as an example, which is that, like, first of all, some people do not like cute anime girls. Second of all, some people don't like hearing my voice from a cute anime girl. Like, that is, like, their brain explodes as soon as they see that. You know what I mean? Which is fine. I'm not immensely popular. I don't think I ever will be immensely popular, and that's okay, right? The only time that this becomes a problem is that if you are goal-centered and the goal is to make money. I think that if I wanted my character design to be significantly more appealing, I would make a familiar character, and then, like, Flaris's mouth does not move, and then the familiar character talks. A la the same way, like, Vidal is the turtle on top of Nero. Because for some people, they just, like, in order to be more widely appealing, there are people who cannot parse the cognitive dissonance of my voice out of this character, right? So I can change that to be more widely appealing if my goal is to get more money. But that's not why I'm here, right? And also that is to say, not every artistic endeavor is to be as widely appealing as possible. That's just something we assume. Because as a society, we kind of care about money, right? That familiar would be a Lyrilyte. Flaris in my RPG had a bird familiar that was like a light elemental. So I was thinking if I was ever to do that, I would be like a light elemental on my shoulder that talks. And it's like a bird. So I think it's really at the discretion of the people who are heading these projects to be like, what is the goal? Right? And I think that it is okay for people to have various goals that do not need to boil down to what is the most widely spread popular. Spoiler for the Dustborn video, if that ever gets finished. But like, one of my closing points was that it's like, hey, this game is not, like, likely not widespread popular. And there are a lot of people who don't like this game. But the thing is, like, the game's probably not very good from, like, a game design perspective, but that does not interface with the people who could have liked this game. Right? Like, or I should say that, like, this game is fine at the ideas level, but, like, it's poorly executed. And it's fine for games to exist that don't, like, either have ideologies that people aren't widespread popular or something like that. But the game could be better. Is basically my claim. Right? Like, we can have games like Dustborn that not a lot of people play, but if it's like a really good game, then those people are okay with it. So I think that boils down and trickles down into the idea of, like, if you ever consume a piece of media that is an art piece, like whether that's script writing or character art or character design or gameplay mechanics or whatever, right? Like, you can put yourself into the framing that's like, okay, but what if there was someone who enjoys doing this, right? Or someone who likes this. Like, for example, I don't want to keep the entire card pool in my head of like 500 cards when I am playing Slay the Spire. 70 cards is already enough cards for me to keep in my head when I'm playing Slay the Spire. Which is why I think I'm not the hugest fan of this game. Because there's way too many fucking cards. It hurts my brain. Are there people who like that? Sure. So how do we make the best game that we can that involves having a larger card pool in a draft style game? Honestly, what if the card choices were like 5 instead of 3? I don't know if that's good or bad, right? But it's just that there's so many more cards that it is harder to find the cards that you need, right? I don't even know if that's necessarily true. But, yeah, hopefully that is a reasonable take. Yeah. So you said I agree. My main issue with the game so far are the very obvious advertisements in the game and what I personally consider to be poor voice acting, and that's just off the one trailer I've seen. Yeah, I don't know if I care as much about trailers and hype videos and stuff like that. I'd be interested to know if the game is, like, actually good or not. have 2 of these now. All these have Dreamlayer already. Except for this. We did this times 6. Take a bajillion damage. Whenever a card is played, given DL or a throwing knife is activated, play 3 Nightmare Tall enemies? Wait, when? How do I get throwing knives? What are we playing? We are playing Touhou Lost Branch of Legend. This is... Okay, and you would only get this card when you have Sakia, or do you always have this card? The knife thing doesn't make sense. I don't know. It's like, why is it specifically... Does it Slay the Spire mod? No. Touhou Lost Branch of Legend is a Touhou fan game, which is a Slay the Spire clone. And this is a mod of that game. This is Cavalier's mod. Cavalier and Shrimp, I think, is the programmer. It's made to work with Sakia, but it really shouldn't. Or a throwing knife is activated. When throwing knife leaves the hand without being played, deal 6. Yeah, it's like, I feel like we're entering the sub-archetype of another character, which is a little strange to me. Like, cards that generically, like, it's so... And again, this is the thing with the, like, wide card pool, which is that it's like, where do you draw the line on whether these cards work together or don't work together, right? Which I feel like cards which have generic abilities, that contextually work for some reason, right? Like, what is this card? This card contextually works with Dreamlayer because you don't necessarily want to play it immediately when you draw the card. So, keep forgetting to ask, do you do thumbnail art commissions? And if you do, how much are those? I think if I were to do commissions, it would probably be something like 60, 80, 100. Or like something like bust half full. Something like that. Something like that. Perfect Servant is a Sakia card, not a Doremy card. Yes, I'm aware. That's why I'm pointing it out. Is that, like, your character has an ability which is Dreamlayer. Dreamlayer is a mechanism which shuffles cards back into your deck. This is a generic 100 for a full. Yeah, it would be a full body is like head to feet art. I could do that. If you're interested, you should DM me on Twitter. Something like that. Or Discord. Either works, honestly. But, yeah, so... generic abilities and mechanisms that can be used in creative ways, I think, are good. Like, a good basis to do things. So, similarly, this character benefits off of created cards. So, that means that any character or any neutral or any generic card which can make created cards can synergize with the card pool of this character. So as you start mixing a whole bunch of card pools, you want to rely more on the generic things so that they mesh well with other characters. And then you can have some cards like this one, where it's just a matter of like making other cards work with this character's mechanic, and that's fine, right? Yeah. And like, I don't know. I think so far it's been like, I don't really take too much issue with like Dream Layer as a mechanic. There is a weirdness about it that is like shuffling and redrawing the same card. I don't know why I'm so like, I can't pinpoint it. You know what I mean? But it just feels like if I can shuffle back 5 cards and draw the same 5 cards and sit there and do nothing, it's like strange. It doesn't even seem like it's the best thing to do, right? Like you kind of want to mix it up, right? Like you would rather reshuffle your deck, or Dream Layer likely interacts well with discarding cards. So like when you don't want to reshuffle a card back, like that's kind of cool, right? So there can be some play to it. It's just like a little all over the place, which is why I'm struggling. And also because this is a new game, so like I don't fully, like I don't 100% understand the systems of the game. It's difficult for me, so. Okay. Choose 5 basic cards, upgrade, remove a non-basics. Oh, this is the strike event. Choose 3 basic cards to transform into common cards. Use 14 maximum life. Do I still have my basic cards? I do, right? I do. I'm just gonna upgrade the blocks. Oh. We have finally found the shop. Each create card this turn. 3 time pulse. Lose damage to each enemy. Lose a level for each enemy damage this way. Oh, so it's like 3 to 3 enemies and then goes to 0, or... Okay. For each created card in Doremy's hand, gain 7 block and apply 2 nightmare. Do I even have that many created cards? I think I don't, right? We're doing more Dream Layer things. Each card sent to the discard pile while scrying block 3. This can make like a lot of block. Sure, Craze seems good. Wait, is this just a mana rock? This is just Slaver's Collar, right? Time Pulse is basically Saki is not poison. Yeah, it's just it gets generically spread out to each enemy, which is kind of neat. Oh, I can upgrade things here. I didn't know that. That's cool. You thought of a funny card to make? You can trade things. What is this? What is... Sell... Oh, this is to do money. I don't care about that. Game console from the outside world. No. That's required for heart? Oh. We're not fighting the heart? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I didn't know the heart existed. Description, send this card to the discard pile. Wait, what? Draw 2 cards for each dream layer. Draw an additional card. So this is just 2. Has dream layer. I think we just need to block. And I draw cards. Sitting there and wait. This game's not hard, which is way worse than hard in my opinion. It requires you to follow this item trade quest. Okay, well, it's okay. We're not doing it because I don't know what it is, so it's fine. Draw 3 cards. Choose none. Uses RNGBS to scale instead of strength like the heart does. Yeah, if the game is like a little more volatile, like it's about like taking a lot of game actions, like this game goes kind of like crazy with its scaling. So maybe it mitigates more for that by like it's not as big of a deal because you can do so many crazy things in this game. Exile half your deck randomly each turn up to 3 times, or you lose all non-boss relics. Okay, well that's a little that's, I mean, I don't know. That's a little I don't know. Wait, hold on a second. I just realized, couldn't this card just have debut? I guess then you could Phantasmal double itself, and then it would have debut? No? This card is so wordy. I don't know if you already recorded that, but like, this card's very wordy, and I wish there was like an easier way to just say like, deal 15 damage, make a copy. It's like not a big deal, but it's... I understand if you just like took a bunch of Dream Layer cards and then you copied them like infinite times. It could not, because card gen is so prevalent on this character. So when you make a copy of a card, it resets the debut, right? I'm assuming? Yeah, we'll answer questions. Oh, this gives me cards. I don't know what to do with any of these. Gain 2 lock on. Takes more damage. Don't need any of these. Oh, I have to choose one because I chose... Okay, alright. Here, give me the money. Debut would activate whenever you make a random card, effect pull double. Debut is the first time you play something, right? I'm confused. So, the entire bottom half of this card if that was debut, make a copy of something. Is that, like, broken somehow? So, because whenever I read this, I keep thinking it's, like, hard once. Like, you can only do this once. But I guess it's you can do it twice. I don't know. The point is that the card is confusing to me. Or the numbers on it aren't particularly intuitive in my head. What does this even upgrade to? Start of next turn, each card in hand temporarily costs 1 random less mana. For each blue, start next turn. It loses exile. Okay. I was like, why is the templating so weird? Gain 0 block, gain 2 more block for each throwing knife. Draw 2, discard 2. Random bullshit. Let's go. It's simplified. This effect can only trigger once each combat to simplify, but it makes adding more cards of it to your deck less valuable. Yeah, that's why I was thinking debut, right? Is when you play this card the first time, it does the effect. Right? And then each version of it, you can only play the card once. But I might just not be understanding how the effects work. And my head hurts. Debut doesn't solve the card's issues because of card generation. Yeah, so when you... Did I just not read it? Debut would be active whenever you make a random card. Effect pulls double. When you make a copy of this card, it would re-trigger debut. Is that my understanding? Yeah, basically. Okay. It's a bit different from that, but that's basically it. It's 40. I had to float all of the mana, didn't I? Whoops. Fuck that one up. Now these are 42 times 2. Ah, I have no mana. Oh. I'm at 53. Oh no, I have 4 Nightmare myself. I was so confused. I was like, wait, why do I have that? Because I can't read cards, clearly. Because I do not understand how to read magic cards. These aren't magic cards. But I don't know how to read them, is my point. What just happened? Huh? There's too many effects. I don't understand what I'm doing. Create card in your hand, gain 3 barrier. That card costs 4 mana. Skip. The top number on Nightmare is effective HP remaining before it executes. Okay. Give me something. Game block. Huh. Give me block. Okay. This is 24. Gain 2 spirit. That's dexterity, right? Do this 5 times. Random bullshit. What is your thing? 18? How does it actually work? Apply 15 nightmare to each enemy, deal damage to each equal to half. Random bullshit. Oh, I could have copied random bullshit. That's crazy. I can't cast that card. Now I only have colorless mana. Okay, I'm not getting attacked this turn, so we can actually do this. Nice. Can't cast that card. Oh, the drone didn't just die. She. This drafts cards. Cool. What? Oh, one card from... Oh, from the bottom of the draw pile into your hand. I thought put it on the bottom of your draw pile. I was like, what? Huh? I suppose this is good. Is the point, by the way, that you're just supposed to know what the price of things are before you buy them? Is that like the point? Is this... I don't know if I understand. Shuffle Nightmare status into the draw pile, add a Radiance and a Splash. I don't know what a Splash does. Nightmare. When there are 4, exile them, and then you lose. What does a Splash do? Okay, so this makes 4 energy. Then you die. The event not showing the price is kind of weird. Yeah, I was like, it feels like they're trying to scam you. I was like, is this like a Tuhu meme or something that I should understand? But I don't. I don't know if I want to play this card. This card costs a lot of mana, and then I die. Right? And there are 4 in the hand. Draw pile, exile. I guess that just means that I can only play it 3 times, or I die. I'm going to move. It's effectively like exhaustive 4. Can't play that one. Ah, they just make rainbow. Got these defense cards that do nothing. Let's go! Taking 38 damage right now? That's a lot of damage. my hand was full. She... This one. Don't forget to factor grays into block. I do that all the time. Yeah. Oh, does grays go first? I never do that. I just assume grays went after, but that seems to not be the case at all. It is literally the other way around. Whoops. Grays goes first. Makes sense. What if I made copies of this and then I died? Okay, we are at the critical turn where I'm going to reshuffle cards and then draw them. I have no blue mana. Well, shit. I made a grave mistake. Can I kill this thing if I just do this? Yeah, exactly. Totally. I calculated that. 100%. I did not calculate that at all. The Purifier purified your mana into colorless? Yes. I agree. Draw 3 cards. Laser beam. Anything else I want to play? Nightmare Fuel. And HP remaining. Death. What does this do? Ah, it's kunai. With total cost greater than 1. So like my entire deck. Nice. Skip. I don't even know what to upgrade. What does this do? 4? Supplies. Oh, sure. You never heal at 69 HP, would you? Probably not. The fuck is this? 80? Go easy on you. I don't have 80. I can't do it. I even want to copy anything. Right, this kills me. I forgot. I literally can't copy the things, these things, lest I die. Cool. Time to die. Shrimp says he's watching in the background. Say hi to Shrimp Floor. Apparently he's just lurking. Okay. Hello, Shrimp. Welcome. My brain is melting. Yeah, I was thinking this was gonna be like my last boss, maybe. Because I don't think I can make it through another act. I will probably die. I guess that red mana doesn't do anything. Sweet. I can't even spend the red mana. I can't pump execute. That'd be really funny though. Alright. Time to die. 8 attacks. This one. Sure. This one. I have 0 cards. 2, 1, 2, 3. Alright. 5 Dream Layer cards. And we bang chilling. Send them all back. Have we done it? Do I just send it back again and then take 32 damage? Send it back! How about this time? Send it back! One of these days I'm gonna untap and I'm gonna have a billion... I'm gonna have a billion damage. I think you're throwing? Why? My Dream Blast is gonna get there. It's gonna be crazy. Let's play one of these. The thing is literally incapable of doing enough damage to me. Hello, Neo. Welcome. Oh, I died. Oh, the reason I died was because I played the thing that gives me Dream Layer when I cast the card. That's so funny. No, I didn't forget about the Self Nightmare. The thing I forgot about was I had, I played this. The thing is, if I didn't play this, it would have worked. Right? Like, literally, if I didn't play this card, I actually would have been fine. Because I would just, like, shuffle the same 5 cards, get 27 block, shuffle the same 5 cards, get 27 block. Right? It was literally this card. Because the card that had Dream Layer, that was a copy, was getting Dream Layer with this ability, right? Otherwise, that would have actually worked. You had 7 HP, the card had 7 corrupted DL. Yeah, but it's only on copies, right? Is it not? Did I like misunderstand the mechanic? The card you played was a copy. Does it trigger it when you play the card? thought it triggered when you shuffled the card. It triggers on card play. Oh. So I need to play the other one. I need to play the regular one. Alright. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I died. Alrighty. So... Can I look at the cards? By just doing this? Do I have access to all the cards? I do. Okay, so the themes of this character were making cards and shuffling cards back. It was kind of happening at the end there, which maybe if I didn't copy any cards and then I didn't play the thing that triggers Dreamlayer when I play the card, I guess that didn't matter. Yeah, if I just like didn't copy the cards that I didn't need, right? I was getting into the situation that I was concerned about with Dreamlayer as a mechanic, which is like, these are the 5 cards that I want. I'm going to have these cards and then play them every turn, or play them in air quotes, right? So if I have like the scaling card that says I get block when I Dreamlayer, then I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna sit here and like maybe I draw 1 or 2 extra cards, but like I'm gonna be around where deck out is. Like maybe I add some cards into my deck, but I'm just gonna keep drawing these cards to like scale them many, many, many times, which I'm concerned about. I don't really know if that's a problem though, right? If the point is that you draw your deck once and then you scale your Dreamlayer cards many, many, many times, like you shuffle them every turn, yeah. If that's the intention, then maybe it's fine, right? And then if you have some combination of that with like creating cards which give you block and stuff like that, and shuffle those into the deck, then maybe it's okay. I say okay, but I mean like... I mean okay in the sense that I won't die and I'm going to continue doing the same thing over and over again. I don't know. I guess they scale up to a point, right? It's up to 10. It's on brand for the Sleep Girl to be skipping turns. Sure. I meant more as like a gameplay mechanic. Like when you tell the player that their gameplay is sit there and do nothing and scale their cards. Is that like what you want to do? Is the question. Right? Like, should the Talos of this character be get 5 Dreamlayer cards and then skip all your turns? Right? Is that what people want to be building towards? Right? I think unfortunately due to the complexity of this game, just based on how many cards there are, right, in the card pool, it is difficult for me to find the focal point of this character, right? Like, I think the main non-bow, which we outlined at the start, is like very clear and glaring, which is that if I'm going to copy my cards, but the entire point of me copying my cards is to gain advantage so that I can win the game, then why do I kill myself? Right? It's a strange non-bow to have, I think. It's like... Because in that game, what I would have wanted to do is like copy Dream Blast a bunch and then play them. Can probably fight you and why DL can't be copied. I don't think I would like to do that. I think I'm just gonna say straight up, like raw, like I have nothing else to say. Why would you make your mechanic not bow with itself? That's very strange. I'm not gonna say any other comments on that. But yeah, I think there tends to be a problem with recursion style characters, like shuffling your cards away or making copies of them, that is trying to be... It's like trying to get addressed here by adding a punishment to the player, right? Whereas I think that it's possible that the mechanic itself is flawed, right? So, like, Dream Layer is more of a penalty than a benefit. Like, right, I don't know if this is the right framing though, right? So, like, we're trying to give the player something to use in order to win the game, right? So, like, part of the way that this character can do that or move towards winning the game is by scaling your cards through the Dream Layer mechanic. Are you supposed to be scaling your cards with the Dream Layer mechanic or no? Right? Because if I tell myself that it's like, I want the player to trigger Dream Layer so that they can win the game, then it makes sense to overlap that with cards that, like, draw you cards. Right? So, like, part of finding the solution for triggering Dream Layer is to add cards which draw you cards so that you can trigger Dream Layer more. So what I want to do is I want to draw cards, put Dream Layer cards in my hand, block, put the cards back in my deck, draw my deck again, trigger Dream Layer, put them back, until I have enough scaling so that I can win the game. And then part of the finisher for that, I suppose, is like cloning your Dream Layer cards, because they have scaled, so now you need a multiplier, right? In the same way that you would, like, Catalyst to poison something on Silent. Which you could say that, right, Self Nightmare doesn't actually, like, it's not actually that big of a deal, because theoretically you should only really be playing these cards a few times, because you've stacked it up fully, and then you copy them, and then you play them a couple times, and then you're fine. But I guess the reality for me is that, like, if the only time that copying a Dream Layer card is effective is when it is fully stacked and you're playing it twice to win the game, it's like, what are you doing in the meanwhile? Right? Blocking? It's like the only good time to use this keyword is to clone your worst cards. Like your non-Dream Layer cards. Because I can't, like, get a Dream Layer block card, like Dream Shield or something, right? And then clone it, because I'm gonna kill myself. Which I find very odd. So I wonder about that. I really wish I could see more stuff like... It's just the mechanic is so weird itself, you know what I mean? It's like a weird property to give to your cards. And I'm trying to think of, like, any character in the past that has done something similar, and I guess the only thing that really overlaps is, like, Portalcraft, or anything that says shuffle a token card into your deck. Because that's effectively playing a Dream Layer card for free, and putting it back in your deck. Packmaster's Infest. I don't know what Infest is. Also, like, no disrespect to Packmaster, because I am aware that it is a very popular mod, but it suffers from the same problem that I have with, what's it called? It suffers from the same problem as like Prismatic Shard, where there's just like, it's just like random bullshit. Right? It has a keyword called infest, which is what I base Dreamlayer on, and features the same shuffle to drop out mechanic. I see. Self Nightmare is an experimental mechanic. Sure. Yeah, I guess the idea to me about Dreamlayer is that, like, it already has a baked-in opportunity cost, right? So, like, when I'm playing this character, like, what do I want to be thinking about? So if I'm playing this game, I'm thinking about managing grays, I'm thinking about defending, I'm thinking about attacking, and then I'm thinking about scaling, right? So this character has a mechanism to scale. And also that, like, cloning cards is very strong, evidently. I actually even wonder about cloning cards at all. But it's... Yeah, like, what does Infest come from? Like, assumably it comes from a character, right? Because Packmaster is a collection of characters. Have you looked at the character that Infest is from? It is unique to Packmaster. Okay. I see. Okay. Because the thing that I think about is, like, every time I draw a Dreamlayer card, I have two options. Yeah, it's okay. Packmaster is from Slay the Spider. It's fine. So, every time I draw a Dreamlayer card, I have two options. Either I play the card, or I let it shuffle. The thing you're missing is that Dreamlayer sucks. Well, why does it suck? Why would you make a mechanic that sucks? Right? Like genuine question. Like, I'm assuming that when you use a mechanic, right? Lara's treating DL and Dreamlayer as the same thing. Shrimp is not. Yeah, they're part of the same mechanic. They are effectively the same thing in my head. Right? So it's like, we don't need to split hairs about Dreamlayer and DL. They're the same mechanic. Unless you really care about it. In which case, you know, maybe I'll have difficulty talking to you. But, like, can you understand that it is part of, like, an overarching system? That it is, like, they work in conjunction with each other? Like, you can't really have one without the other. I guess unless you have a payoff card that says, like, you scale the card when you play it. Like, that one in particular does that. So, the thing that I would think about is that if, I kind of have two options when I draw one of the cards. If it is a modal card, then I think about the opportunity cost of, like, shuffling it back into my deck, or, like, what is the worst effect that it gives. So, like, the mini Screech card, I think, was a cool example of that, where, like, you can very reasonably not play that card, because it reduces power by 2, and that's, like, an interesting thing to be committing one card in your hand to. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like the design space of the character, which is like the character is slow. They want to build things up, right? Like they build up DL. Yeah. So what is literally the definition of pedantic? Of or like a pendant. This is not the right thing. How do you spell this name? Or spell this one? Oh, of like a pedant. There we go. A person who is excessively concerned with minor details and rules or with displaying academic learning. No, I just like looked at it wrong. And you'll have to forgive me because I think that playing this for 4 hours has mentally exhausted me a little bit. Trying to understand what is happening with the character. But it's like you pay the cost of Dreamlayer to get a payoff, right? But the thing is, Dreamlayer itself is an interesting mechanic that you can think about. So it's like cards like Dream Shield, right? Are like you trigger it by not playing it. Or the other card that triggers when you don't play it. Wherever it was. This one. Where the opportunity cost of playing a 0 mana card, similar to Flex, is that you need to have the card draw to support having this card in your hand. Because presumably you cannot make it to the next turn unless you play something else. Like, you will need to play more than just your automatic effects. But it's like, Dreamlayer is like an automatic effect that could have some interesting value to it. Depending on what needs to be available to the character, I suppose. But it's kind of like, when I see something like Dream Blast, for example, like, I think slow, dirtily, like, I need time to set up this thing so that I can do damage and win the game. So I want to use the main mechanic in order to give me time to do that thing. Which is why I thought that the relic was cool, or I can call it an exhibit, is cool because it promotes you to not attack. So it's like, in order to get to the payoff of scaling Dream Blast, I need to not attack. So that I can get Barrier, so that I can sit here and do nothing. I guess something like this, which is also a defense card, which could give me Barrier afterwards, is good because you apply 5 Nightmare, which isn't that much, right? But it allows you to interact with dirtling around, and you'll get there eventually, and it'll be fine eventually. You know, when do you decide, actually, I'm going to play this Dream Blast, it is enough damage? Like, maybe when it hits 60 or something? I don't know. Right? You play this card for 60 a few times, and you're like, wow, that was really good. Yeah, I think in practice, like, when you're shuffling a bunch of cards away and trying to scale them, like, it's like a dream scenario in order, like, to be able to just play a bunch of the same card like a whole bunch of times in one turn and kill them, which is why I felt like the Self Nightmare was a little odd. Because realistically, I think I'm going to have to play a Dream Blast and its subsequent copy like a few times in order to actually win the game. So that felt a little strange. Yeah, and I felt like some of the card generation things could be a little less random. Like, I think this card is a cool card. Because you want to give it Dream Layer so that you can draw it and then trigger its ability again, right? And then, like, mixing those two things together makes you feel like you built a synergy, and then that feels good. Because you built a synergy, and that synergy should theoretically be bringing you towards winning the game. So you could then think about these cards in a similar manner, where if I play Footwork on Silent, and then I play, like, a multi-block card, that is a synergy that broke parity on the default of both of those cards. Like, Footwork plus Defense isn't really good enough, like it probably is in a vacuum. But if you're trying to, like, really make a lot of defense, you need something like Dodge Roll. So that you can then have defense next turn, which theoretically gives you energy next turn. Because you have this synergy, right? So I kind of wish that my cards had synergy with the mechanic itself, rather than it just being a cost. Because I don't know if DL itself as a payoff is good enough. And when I say that it's not good enough, it's not that you can't win the game with it. It's that, like, it's clunky. Like, I want to play the mechanic a little more naturally, rather than sitting there recycling a Dream Blast 5 times before my deck does anything. And that's what I'm concerned about. Which is why, like, for Doom, right, we don't know a whole lot about Doom. But frequently a simple card that's like, if they have Nightmare, do a little bit more. Or like, if you Dream Layered something last turn, then this is a little bit better. Like, your 4-mana card is a big payoff to that. But what about a card that's like a little lower? You have cards that are less splashy, that are more like, hey, if you did the mechanic, good job. Like, you're doing your game plan. Here's like a little bonus, right? And then I think like stapling Dream Layer onto cards to do theoretically busted things is difficult. In the sense that, like, I can't think of... It's like, when do I actually want to play this card is what I was thinking. Like, the one that gives other things Dream Layer. And it's like, well, you scale the card. It's like, yeah, you scale it by 10%. Like, what? I need to pass 10 turns to make it do ×2 damage? Did you know that Watcher can enter Wrath Stance whenever she wants? Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? So, I like the idea of balancing, do I need to play this card this turn, or can I afford to play it later? And then sometimes I just want to play the card later. Like, this isn't a card I want to play right now at all. I'm just going to play it later. Which is why I really enjoyed giving cards like the Sakuya card, Dream Layer. We tried at 25%, it was broken as heck. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, it's not a numbers thing, right? That's the thing. It's not a numbers balancing thing, right? It's about the mechanism itself and how it interacts with the other cards, right? I guess the way that I could compare it is that, like, so one of the thoughts that I had in my head was that with that Sakuya card, it's hard to find a chance to play this card. So giving it Dream Layer means that I have more opportunities to draw it potentially at the right time, right? So that's a benefit to me, because I can't play it when I'm getting attacked for 40, but when I Dream Layer shuffle it, and then I draw it when I'm not getting attacked, I'm like, oh shit, I gave myself the opportunity to play this card at a better time, because that's an inherent property of shuffling the card back into my deck. That is like an inherent valuable thing I can do to give myself an advantage as a player. And like I was saying, the telos, or the end state of that, is that the best way for me to potentially have access to all the best cards I want all the time is to manage 10 or so cards that all have Dream Layer and then never shuffle my deck. It's like, I'm gonna have all these cards that are scaling, and maybe I'll have 1 or 2 token cards that do something, and then I am never going to shuffle my graveyard into my deck ever. And I'm gonna shuffle all these cards back. Which is why I am like, okay, that's a cool idea to play around with. Of like, do I play this turn? Do I shelve it for next turn? Or some turn down the line? But it can lead itself to abuse, basically. Which I think you would disagree with me, because it's like, well, Dream Layer is supposed to be a downside to fit the scaling for DL. But, like, it's kind of like a weird recursion effect. It's almost akin to, what is a silent card that lets you just retain a card? It's akin to retain to me, I guess. It's just like what I think about. So I would be interested in more like dynamic ways to engage with the reshuffling mechanic as an inherent property, rather than fixing it at a numbers level. Right? Like, it doesn't need to... Like, it doesn't even need to be like 10% or something, but I guess percent lets you scale it better with different types of cards. So, like, it's +1, then 2, etc. over and over. It is worse retain. Yeah, because it doesn't build your hand, I suppose. I was trying to think of the difference, because the thing about retain is that I don't want to play it this turn, but I might want to play it next turn. So that same paradigm happens with Dream Layer, where it's like, I don't know if I want to play this card this turn, but I might want to play it next turn. Does it matter if I have more cards in my hand or not, if I'm playing the correct card next turn? Right? Which is why, like, if I am retaining, like, I think it's Tools of the Trade. I don't know what the card is. I don't think it's Tools of the Trade. But there's a silent card that does that, right? Where even if that card said, draw 1 less card next turn, retain 1 card in your hand, it's kind of like, but if I keep a Doppelganger in my hand, yeah, well, laid plans. If I keep a Doppelganger in my hand, and my intention was to play Doppelganger next turn for like 5, then it didn't matter that I was negative cards. Like, I'm planning ahead to what I want to do. Which is funny, the well-laid plans, right? Which I think is an interesting property of this. But then, like, if you have too many cards that do it, then you just end up drawing the same cards. So, I don't really know what to do with all that information, right? That's just kind of my thoughts on it. It felt weirdly clunky. It felt kind of like I'm trying to get this huge payoff on turn 20 with some ways to get there, but also there's like this sense of like, why don't my cards work? Or why do my cards affect everything? Which was like the one card which gave everything Dream Layer. It's just like, it's in a weird spot with all of those things. Which, to be completely fair, could just be because I don't understand the game that well. Right? And I'm not, like, as familiar with the greater dynamics of it, but I feel like I'm trying to set up a Rube Goldberg machine when I just want to, like, all I want to do is get that power card that says, like, when I Dream Layer, gain 3 block. Because that means, like, oh, okay, so now I can think between the opportunity cost of, do I want 3 block for reshuffling this card, or do I want to play the card? Right? Like, that's my decision tree. And I get to choose there between 2 pretty reasonable opportunity costs. And I maybe didn't get as clear of a sense of doing that right now. So, yeah. I think that's all I have for this. Yeah, it was a little bit difficult to play, I think, as well. That's all I got. This is a pretty somber BGM to end it on. I mean, the thing that I would say is that, like, Cavalier, this is your first mod that you've worked on, right? Or, like, designed for, I would say, right? And I would say that it is, moderately ambitious, right? I think, as much as it is melting my brain, right? Like, there's so many things to think about as far as Dreamlayer is concerned, right? Like, how do you create play with this mechanic, right? I think you had the right idea by going, oh, Infest is a mechanic from Packmaster. That's an interesting thing. Let's play around with it and explore what I can do with that mechanic, right? But I think there needs to be a little bit more to it, right? Like a little more like natural things that you can be doing with it. And I think that there were good cards that demonstrated that, like this card, where like you want to give your player like cool decisions to make, right? Of like, do I play this now or do I shuffle it? And then I think that would make this mechanic like feel a lot better. This is, I guess, also a good one. Like, do I need to draw 2 cards now or can I draw 4 cards later? And then I don't really know what else would support that because my brain is too small. Does that mostly make sense? Do you have any questions about that? I felt like my brain power was a little too low for this one, unfortunately. It's difficult. I do agree with the difficulty part. Yeah, just to be clear, it's like, not in a good way. Right? It's like, difficult in a needlessly complicated sense. Yeah, I guess if it had a purely generic effect, then people could always choose between those. But I would say more that, like, if the Dreamlayer cards were more selective, like there weren't as many, but then they had pretty clear modal options. Probably with the Dreamlayer option being, like, notably worse, but still playable. Yeah, I guess I could, if Neo wasn't here for the first part, or, sorry, I could say Shrimp. I know another person named Neo. Yeah. The thing with the spell card was that, like, the main things I feel about this card is that it is too complicated to resolve. Right? And then you could say something like, well, I want this to be a very complicated Rube Goldberg machine to resolve. To which I could probably almost certainly guarantee you that a majority of players will go, I don't know what the hell this card does. Where is the thesis paper I can read on how to resolve this card? Or likely when something is too complicated for a player, they simply will not interact with it. And I would definitely say that this card, as soon as I'm going ±1 on how many cards I'm rolling, I get very confused. So, I think complexity is something that you do after you've determined what you want the ability to do, right? Usually leaning on less complex so that more people can play the card. Right? The way that I framed it was that when I press this spell card, I already know that I need something. Right? So if I go into a turn and I'm getting attacked for 60 and I don't have enough block in my hand, I go, I need a block card. I'm going to look for one by pressing the spell card. My suggestion was to have more generic cards that you can pull out of this instead of wishboarding for any card that you want. So instead of having access to 1,000 different cards, because that is way too many cards, and also similarly leading to the abuse of, which you put a band-aid over, but like, let's be real here. Part of the problem with this was that it's random, and because it is random, you could simply like re-roll it infinite times. Which you put a band-aid over. I did see the band-aid. You can't do that right now. But if you could make a custom card that has a subset of options, right? Not like a billion options, not 1,000 options, and certainly not wishboarding for a time walk. But just like, I need 17 block this turn, and I have 3 mana to do it. So I'm going to make a 3 mana card that generates block, because that's what I needed when I pressed the spell card. In the same way that when you press this spell card, I need a triple attack card that does something, and it's accurate. I know what I need when I press this card, right? And I think asking any player to know what 1,000 cards they could be getting with access to the entire card pool is significantly way too much, in my opinion, for like coherent design. I don't know how you'd solve that. My suggestion again was a custom card that could be very difficult to make. And then you would need heuristics for like how you want to make that card. So like, does it deal damage and draw cards? How much of each of those effects can you afford to give to the player based on how much mana they put into it? Stuff like that. That was my opinion on that. Yeah, and I think that card was relatively popular in Hearthstone, just for the record. I really wish I remembered what the card was for you, but like I just don't. I just don't remember what it was. So the 10% was supposed to be the universal effect for Dreamlayer. Yeah, but +1 strength for reshuffling my card is bad. And also, I don't really like balancing cards on the axis of like, okay, well, is it supposed to be 13% or 15%, or maybe it's supposed to be 25%? Like, I don't know. Well, what was it? What if it was like 50%? Like, I don't know what the right number is, right? Like, when you hit the critical mass in this game, I think you're doing well over enough required damage. Or you're doing well over enough required defense, right? So, I feel like... What would you even do? Yeah, I can't imagine what the things would be. Yeah, this is my second time playing the game. I did one Reimu run off stream. And I won it fairly easily because the mechanics were very easy to understand. And I felt like the cards were well designed. So, which mind you, if you want something that is like, you're always free to make something like immensely complex. It's funny because like I play a very complicated class in a different game and people go like, this thing is so complicated, why would I play this? I understand that there's fun to be had in doing that. It's just like I suppose I lean it's not very design friendly. I would never tell you that Elven Knight is a well-designed class. Probably. I don't think I would ever say that. I guess the other thing that I could be saying is that I don't envy your design troubles, because it seems like a very complicated thing to figure out. But I think what I can say more confidently is that, like, if you will eventually need to balance the numbers, for sure, and maybe 10% is correct. But I think that if you are overly concerned with whether or not the number in a spreadsheet should be 12 or 13, you might have a mechanics problem and not a number problem. Potentially. It is a perspective you could be taking. So, I think that's going to be it. I am interested, probably, in playing a couple hours of Metaphor. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this stream, and then I'm going to go live again for a couple of hours to play Metaphor. Hopefully that was interesting. It has very clearly been 4 months since I've ever had to do design things live, because my brain melted a little bit. Oh yeah, also other things that you could look at are like Portal Craft. Yeah, Portal Craft I think likely has some good inspirations for shuffling token cards into your deck. Alright. See you later. I guess I was gonna say thank you so much for watching, but also like I'm literally gonna be live in like 5 more minutes. So alright. See you guys in a bit if you come back. Or if not, it's okay. Alright. Bye-bye.